So hello, good afternoon, hope you're all doing well. Just a little bit of a delay with the audio this morning as we get everything in place for what should be a pretty interesting 50 over encounter between Scotland and the Netherlands. And Alandia just slipping a couple of wides down the leg side so far. So yeah, a big, bright good morning or good afternoon wherever you're watching from. There was a few delays this morning. There was an extreme amount of traffic and a lot going on in this country. It's plus 30 degrees here today. It's an extremely hot one, but a good day for cricket. Scotland won the toss, elected to have a bat first. And some big contests early. Land here, just getting her length a bit wrong, and here comes the throw, and it's out, run out. Well, it's a massive, massive moment. Run out, hit to cover, and a bullet of a throw comes in. What a way to start the day, and that's going to be Atkin Drummond out for a duck. I think that might be thrown by Iris Willing at cover. But a brilliant bit of fielding, and that is the first wicket of the day. Hawley set off for the single. It actually sat up quite nicely for the fielder. Might have been Van Koolwijk actually, and in the end, the first wicket will go down right on cue. Jump in the commentary box. There's a wicket. Can't believe it. It will go down. So, interesting start to this one. Scotland, if you're just joining us, have won the toss, elected to have a bat first on a blistering warm day. The winner of this series, will win the series due to the superior net run rate of Scotland. There's automatic qualification spots on the line as well. If you do win this one, potentially sneaking into global qualifier. And it was Van Koolwijk actually with the amazing throw, as this sort of brings together the partnership I think the Dutch would know they need to really remove early. And for Scotland, a lot of the hopes go on these two players, Carter and Hawley especially, who have both looked magnificent throughout the week. Both made 50s, Hawley even a century. Right in behind that one, Carter. One thing about these two is they don't mess about. They love getting on with it, usually have very good strike rates. Well bowled from Lantier, who gets Carter caught a little bit on the crease there. So a successful over from the fielding group. That's 2 overs complete. The score is 4 for 1. Yeah, a bright good morning or good afternoon wherever you're watching from today on this Monday. Hope you've had a good weekend. Yesterday we had Scotland defeating PNG pretty comfortably. So it does take it down to a bit of a showdown today. And there's a bit of a showdown in the middle between these two. Iris Willing, if you did get to watch the first over, has to be said, getting the ball to move a lot and really testing a very talented player. It's 1-0 in the series to Iris Willing over Hawley. I was able to get the early edge a few days ago for a duck. Hawley has responded with a couple of big scores versus PNG, but this is a different test versus the Netherlands opening bowling attack. And another ball, another play and miss, and just feeling like this contest within a contest, I know it's early in the day, but really could decide where this game's direction goes. Hawley looks unbelievable versus spin in the middle and is a seriously good player. Needs to get through this early stage though. There's a nice looking cricket stroke. Big shout of weight. Be a dot ball. You'd imagine Netherlands, the think tank, will know the importance of this partnership and the importance of getting Hawley out early. Once Hawley gets in, especially batting against spin, unbelievable feat. There's a lovely shot, real positive shot of intent through mid-wicket. That'll be a couple of runs, you'd imagine. That'll be 2 to the total. So for the very first time, Hawley versus Willing, sort of winning a mini battle there. Lovely shot off the legs to get 2. I love seeing these sort of big matchups on the cricket field. Two very good players going head to head here. Positive. A lot more positive there from Hawley. Zwilling just over pitching a little bit last few deliveries, and Hawley just saying, well, if you do over pitch, I'm not afraid to play that drive. Drops it a tad short, and Hawley really responding nicely here. That's a really good shot. Now it's a deep square through mid-wicket. Hannah Lantier will do the mopping up. Just two more to the total. So the very first over, I think Zwilling beat the bat maybe 3 times. This over, though, Hawley responding. A couple of twos and playing some nice drives. Good contest. I guess that one all wrong and clipped away beautifully. Brilliant fielding from Hannah Lantier out there to keep it to just a 1. I think the batters thought that would have been a 4. So the over is complete. Hawley wins that round 1-1 in the rounds today. And the score at the end of 3, 9 for 1. So Lantier to continue, right on the money first ball. Slightly over pitch this time, just on the toe end of the bat that. Very full from Lantier. Lovely driven from Hawley straight to Rabin Reich, who does the mopping up at mid-on. But yeah, it's a very big day in the Dutch cricket calendar yesterday. Obviously the men's were playing and had a very good win against Canada. Max O'Dowd top scoring over there and getting player of the match, and plenty of domestic cricket around the traps also, and also Scotland with a great win yesterday versus PNG. So it's clipped nicely. Well fielded though once again. Yeah, Scotland yesterday, if you didn't happen to see it, bowled PNG out pretty cheaply for 133, and then Hawley carried her bat to the 60s and made it pretty easily. They did lose a couple of wickets at the end, but overall it was a pretty comfortable victory. Slightly shorter. That is a beautiful cricket stroke, and that will go for 4. So Hawley seems to have found a little bit of rhythm here. Slightly short, and I mean slightly short. That is a beautiful cricket stroke. 4 to the total. Big appeal, big appeal. And, well, the umpire just gesturing, probably swinging down the leg side. Did swing quite a bit. Fair enough decision. Over complete as the score goes on to 13 for 1. So, start of a new over. Iris Swilling, top of her mark. Back onto that lovely line and length. Darcy Carter, so far in this ODI leg of the tours, looked really good. Played some beautiful strokes and stood out with her first ODI International 50. Bowls pretty well also. Some right arm off spin. I'm sure you'll see a little bit later today. And opens her account quite nicely, just tucked away through the leg side for a single. So Carter off the mark, and we can resume this battle between Zwilling and Hawley. I think first over was all Zwilling, second over was all Hawley. What does this third over entail? It's better length from Zwilling and well watched from Hawley, who has a century in the series, also a 50. Looks to be sometimes playing in a class of her own. Has a lot of time at the crease as the Scottish opener. Squared up a little bit, that delivery. Zwilling, a bit of a wry smile. Nose isn't that far away there from maybe beating the back, getting a little LBW decision. Plenty of noise out there from the Netherlands. They know what's on the line. Oh, that is a beautiful shot. Oh, my word. That might be shot of the tournament. Over pitched, and Hawley just showing a little bit of class there. 4 runs on drive, and well, it's probably the length that you want, Zwilling bowling. You want to entice that drive, but a tad straight, and that is a real beautiful shot. Hawley gets to 14, and the Dutch know they are in a fight here. Good comeback delivery from Zwilling. This is such a good contest to watch between those two. I think that Hawley takes that round though with that little sort of punch down the ground. As another over is complete. 5 overs down, 18 for 1. Push to the leg side. Hannah Lantier is a very different sort of opening bowler to Iris Zwilling. They work well in tandem. Obviously, Zwilling with a way swing and Lantier bringing it back in. Both generally got some good pace. I'd say Lantier shaves Iris Zwilling for pace by maybe only a couple of clicks. Just over pitching a few times today, and Darcy Carter isn't going to miss out on that, as it'll be fielded out there by AVB, and 2 more runs to the total. Looks like a pretty true batting wicket once again. We've seen this series sometimes in the middle overs, the spinners have been so good from all the teams, really. Maybe today it's going to be a batting day. Oh, what a shot. What a lovely shot. And doesn't get down. Maybe gets a slight hand on it, actually. Well done just a slight touch saves 4. That's Caroline DeLunger fielding at mid-off, and beautiful shot from Carter. Hopefully DeLunger is okay. Maybe took the wind out of herself a little bit there. Looks like there might be a little bit of a delay here as the physio is running on, so we'll take a little break. Hopefully everything's okay. So, back to the action, and after a bit of delay, thankfully Caroline DeLunger, the right arm leg spinner for the Netherlands, is okay. Physio George Dunlop had to come on and just make sure there wasn't maybe a little bit of concussion there, maybe banged her head across the turf, but you see her standing there at mid-off, and all good. We can commence, which is good for everybody. Don't want to see any injuries. Just pushed into the offside this time for a dot. Well, it's a big full toss there from Landier. Gets a little bit luck to not get smacked away for 4. Carter misses out on one. That's really well bowled from Landier. She's that type of bowler that loves to hone in on the stumps. As that is the conclusion of another over. The score after 6, 22 for 1. So a decent start from the Netherlands here, who we said go and have a field, go and have a bowl. Scotland being positive and winning the toss, electing to bat first. Good outfield, warm day. Be looking to pile on as many as possible. Still some lavish movement there for Zwilling. A little bit fuller this time and driven quite nicely to mid-off. Going into another battle between these two. There's a very good length, and well, compared to the very first over, Hawley looks a lot more in right now. A lot of these balls are coming into the middle of that blade. The Netherlands will know they want to get rid of her before she bats against the spin. Best player of spin from all three teams that I've seen. That one chopped down into the turf outside the off stump. Another dot ball. I know the Hawleys will be watching from Sydney. They've been pretty active in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Nice time of evening to be watching some cricket. Oh, it's in the air and it goes past Zwilling. Well, it's, I have to say, maybe half a chance. Never, ever easy off your own bowling, but it'll be another 4. So maybe half a chance, if that. Nonetheless, 4 down the ground. Hawley playing some very nice drives on this Monday morning. This time a little bit too straight. That ball doesn't swing as much. Maybe a little bit of the shine coming off it. As Scotland responding after that early run out. They move on to 27 for 1 after 7. That's well driven into the offside for a single. Good delivery from Hannah Land here, just a little bit fuller. Top ball. Well bowled again from Hannah Land here. She's really bowling full this morning, maybe a bit fuller than what I've seen in the series from her. Just honing in on those stumps, hoping for maybe a bit of a batting error here or to sneak one through the gate. Oh, Darcy Carter opens the shoulders, tries to launch that into Timbuktu. Skews it away for a single. That was a genuine bit of a heave from Carter. That one all wrong, and a little bit of a fumble from Delader here. It's going to be bonus runs for Scotland as they'll get back for a couple of wides here. So land here. Just trying to find the length more than anything, I feel. This time over adjusts and goes a little bit too far outside the off stump. Be interesting to see who the Netherlands sort of turn to next. I'd stick with Zwilling for one or two more while the battle with Hawley's going on. But maybe a chance to open up with a little bit of early spin. They do have an array of spinners that they can turn to. Also have Overdyke with some seam. As that is a shot, and unlucky there for Rabin Reich. It bobbles over the head. 4 more to the total. Hawley's in, and at the moment winning this battle. Another over complete. A little bit full from land here this morning. 36 for 1. So they are going to stick with Zwilling. Gets that a little bit wrong now as well. Clipped nicely from Darcy Carter, that's racing across the turf. And that'll be another boundary. Run starting to flow here for Scotland. I think we sort of touched on that this partnership's probably the big partnership in the Scottish batting lineup. All due respect to all the other players, these two score very quickly and the runs are really flowing now. That's well worked away to the leg side for a single. Zwilling looks like just lost a little bit of that shape at the moment. It was swinging quite lavishly in the first few overs. Now it's just a tad, not as much. Credit to the batters to get through that phase and not lose a wicket to the ball yet, only just the run out. It's a nice length there from Zwilling, respectfully played by Hawley. Yeah, these two teams have come up once earlier in the series. Netherlands ended up getting the chocolates that day. It's a good game of cricket actually. Scotland were ahead for most of the bowling innings where Netherlands were chasing. Had them 5 for 80, but number 7, 8 and 9 of the Netherlands really clicked and got them over the line. That's a really good length again from Zwilling. But that movement does seem to have died down. There again, just a tad away. Good bowling from Zwilling. Been a good little match-up this morning. I've enjoyed watching these two go back and forth. That ball just worked through backward point. Good bit of fielding there to cut the angle and keep it to a dot. So that is the over complete. Be interesting to see if they go one more with Zwilling or hold her back a little bit now. Scotland, I think, would say they're slightly happier of the two teams. 41 for 1. Beautiful weather conditions out here in the Netherlands today. Plus 30 will be warm for the players and definitely be some extended or earlier drinks breaks today, I would imagine. Looks like we're going to see a change in the bowling. First time we're going to see a bit of spin. Caroline de Lange, sort of the frontline spinner out of the spin brigade for the Netherlands. Obviously, they have plenty of other spinners in the lineup. Seegers will come on a little bit later, I'd imagine. You've also got Eva Lynch with her right arm off spin. Anamine Van Booger, who AVB, will also come on in a little bit, you'd imagine, as the first ball from Talunga is smoked out to mid-off. Top ball. Well, that one just gets caught up in the glove a little bit and trickles past the leg stump. Carter, a little bit of luck this time. Easily could have rolled onto the stumps. Two boundary runners at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. No 45 in place. Big pocket of land there open for the sweep. You see just on this angle, a really big sort of gap there. If you've got the lap sweep or confident with it, you could easily pull this out. Not easy against the spin. Very curious to see how the Scottish batters go against spin today against the Netherlands. Well, here it is. There's that sweep shot we were talking about. Gets a lot of it. And it will be mopped up for a single. Straight away, you see Hawley use her feet, and well, that's something, if you haven't watched too much of this series, you'll get used to now. Saskia Hawley really enjoys coming down the crease and using the feet against spin. Again, comes down and chips this one straight to mid-on. No run. Pretty good start there from Talunga, the leg spinner. Only goes for one in the over, as that is the end of the power play. And well, let us know what you think in the chat. Is that honours even after the first 10? Maybe. Netherlands haven't let the rate get too crazy and have picked up the one wicket. So yeah, pretty much. Maybe honours even. If not, maybe Scotland slightly ahead with Hawley still there. First ball from the new bowler, and it's a wicket. Lynch with a big wicket. Darcy Carter looking to work it away in the offside. A little feather edge. Really good keeping from Babette de Leyder. And that's a massive wicket. As the Netherlands, well, they get one. And now that scoreboard looks a little bit more different with 2 for 42, 42 for 2. Slightly ahead now. And a inspired bowling change from the captain, Babette de Leyder. Great bit of keeping from Babette de Leyder, and a big moment in the game, getting rid of the dangerous Carter. So, looks like a little bit of a change today. This is interesting. Chloe Abels walked out at number 4. And definitely a change from the thinking tank of Scotland. Has been coming out a lot lower, maybe in the 7-8 position mostly. I think it was number 8 in the recent games. But promotion today, we should be able to make the most of it. As We've got spin in tandem working here. Starts with a dot. Yeah, it's interesting to see. Obviously, in the middle order in previous game, Trateri has been walking out at number 4. Obviously got Catherine Fraser, who's been coming down the middle. You got McCall as well, is named as the 12th in this one. Bit of a loss to not have McCall in the starting lineup. Really liked watching her bat. Lorna Jack as well. But the Scottish think tank going a little bit different today. Low full toss. Hits it. Fielder at cover that can't get down. That'll be 1 run to the total. A little bit short of that time, and Hawley isn't going to miss out. Pulls that quite nicely to deep mid-wicket. So we might see spin in tandem for a good chunk here now. Imagine Eva Lynch and DeLunga usually bowl a lot of overs in the T20 format as well. Eva Lynch usually opens the bowling in the T20s for the Netherlands. As Abel just pushes that one to mid-wicket. Ira Swilling does the mopping up and a successful over for the Netherlands. 11 overs complete, 44 for 2. So back to the action and back to watching the dancing feet of Hawley. Again, those dancing feet coming down the crease, but so far just finding mid-off and mid-on. They've got a very straight mid-on. I don't know if that's something that's been talked about. And the think tank for the Dutch. So that one chops down to mid-off this time. You can see there, mid-on, Robin Wright, very, very straight. There is a gap there at mid-wicket if Hawley can get to one on the full and maybe hit it through there. This time a little bit shorter, cut away, but we'll find the fielder at point. So nice start from the spinners for the Netherlands. Have been able to dry the rate up, pick up a wicket between them, and also sort of keep the dangerous Hawley in the 20s for a while. There's a lovely shot to the right of Robin Wright. Good pick up as the throw is fired in, but an easy single. Big appeal, really big appeal. Oh, must have been close. Maybe a little bit too much spin on it. Abel playing across one. Netherlands pretty much on top of things at the moment. Sort of controlling the rate with the spinners as another over complete, 45 for 2. Good to see Khalid Ahmadi in the chat. One of the faster bowlers in Europe, Khalid. Hope you're doing well. Tuned in to watch this one. We will get a fair few viewers today. It's a big game for these countries. Winner of today will win the ODI series here, but also potentially get their way into the global qualifier. So that is timed really nicely from Hawley. Again, great hand from Iris Willing at mid-wicket to keep it to 1. Clipped nicely this time, straight to mid-wicket. Lynch has started this spell very well indeed. Doesn't seem to try to spin it too much, just putting it on that good length. It is a very good surface for batting. No one driven again. Just landing it on a bit of a dime at the moment, asking the right questions. I guess that one all wrong, and that'll be a single. Gets away with that. Probably should have been hit away for a boundary, but a little bit of an underneath sort of part of the bat for a single. Question from Sarah Winfield asking if Hawley's actually been out in the round robin games. Not often, but yes, has been dismissed. Made 100 the other day and was out for a flat 100, also out for a flat duck. So in between the two, uses the feet again very nicely for a dot ball. So has been dismissed, but has been the standout batter from all three teams, if you ask me. As the over is complete, 13 overs down, 47 for 2. So back to the action. More leg spin of DeLunga. Nice looking drive again from Abel, who's faced 10 deliveries. A little bit of a misfield actually, so we'll scamper through for a single. It's a costly single to give earlier in an over. Obviously changing the field now. It looks like slip goes out to 45 and a bit of adjusting to Hawley. Who is pretty comfortable on a pitch like this, just to come down the wicket and turn some good length deliveries into half volleys. Really well bowled from the leg spinner. Great areas from DeLunga. Gets this one wrong. Big full toss. Good use of the feet into a huge pocket of space between the two sweepers, and they'll get back for 2. Hawley moves into the 30s, and you just feel, obviously there's a lot of good players in this Scottish lineup, but from what we saw yesterday with the bat as well, chasing 134 to win, they lost 6 wickets and Hawley made 70 of them. You just feel this is so big in the context of the game. Oh, was that a little bit of bat? Maybe some leg down the leg side. Hard to tell, but dot ball not given a wide. There was definitely a noise. But you just feel in the whole context of the game, Hawley, the way she goes about it, really holds the glue to this batting lineup. Gets that one wrong, does DeLunga, but they've moved deep mid on back. So it'll just be a single in the end. As Scotland move it along nicely here. They've passed 50 in this over, 14 overs down, 51 for 2. Looks like we might potentially be going for an early drinks break. Oh. Maybe not. Looks like the umpire's just... No, we are going for drinks. It is drinks break. A little bit of confusion there, but it is the drinks break. So 14 overs complete, 51 for 2. So welcome back. Looks like the players have made their way back out to the middle. Good contest growing on our hands here. 51 for 2 after 14. Drinks break taken. Warm sunny day in Amstelveen. This is the last ODI with plenty on the line. Global qualifiers, automatic qualification spots, and winning this series all there for the taking for one of these teams. And Netherlands have had a perfect week so far. Scotland with only the one loss. I think very evenly matched, both these teams as well. Really does feel like a 50-50 at the start of the day. I was looking forward to this one in the traffic this morning. Oh, and for the very first time that I've seen in a long time against spin, Hawley gets beaten. That one actually not spinning in, just going away a tad. Well, bowl from Lynch. Then goes back to the de facto coming down the ground, and it's a matter of time before they have to put one of these mid-off and mid-on fielders back. Lynch will be distraught there. It was a missed field, should have been stopped, but it's 4 free runs to Hawley. Netherlands have been brave to keep both mid-on and mid-off up, trying to squeeze dots, but eventually she will get it through. 36 now. No change in the field. Oh, that's better from Lynch. And, well, Chloe Abel, good match awareness at the non-striker's end, making sure to get that bat back down quickly. A little change in the field now as mid-on will go back. Don't be surprised if you see Hawley skip down the wicket and nudge one down to mid-on. And right on cue, skips down the wicket, nudges one down to mid-on. Perfect batsmanship. And very clever from the Scottish opener. It's been a feature of her game all series. That is the other side of things. If you do move mid-on back, it's very, very good at just working singles. That one just punched straight to Zwilling at mid-wicket. Another over complete, and spinners racing through the overs here. 15 overs down, 56 for 2. Lunga to continue. Hawley sits back this time and smokes one out to deep cover. It's Hannah Land here doing the mopping up. One of the better outfielders for the Netherlands. Very quick over the turf. Abel's been there for a little bit now. 3 of 11, a promotion in the order today. Just getting herself in a little bit still. You can sort of see the difference from players that are a tad more stuck on the crease and not as confident skipping down. It's a nice positive stroke, but it's to one of the 4 fielders almost. It's like the wall in front of you when you look up. Very straight mid-on, a little bit of a wider mid-off, mid-wicket and cover all in the ring. At the moment, they're being kept busy. I think DeLunga's started really well in this spell. Not an easy trait to have in the game. Leg spin, one of the hardest arts. And well bowled, a little bit of purchase, an extra bounce there this time. Abel getting a bit stuck now, 3 off 15. And when you've got Hawley at the non-striker's end, just need somebody to flow with her. That's why that wicket of Darcy Carter was massive. That one will be called a wide, not getting away with that one. No bat or pad on it, so easy decision for the umpire. Last ball of the 16th. Beats the bat again. Really good bowling. So that is the over complete. 16 overs down, 58 for 2. Looks like we're going to have a little change in bowling, and looks like it'll be a little bit of mystery spin. And I mind Van Berker coming into the attack. I like the nickname AVB. Took an international 5-wicket haul the other day. Gets an opportunity now. Eva Lynch, pretty good spell from her. AVB's a little bit more front of the hand, Bit of mystery about her. Sometimes takes it away in the air, sometimes spins it back in. There's a crafty bowler, and well, it'll be interesting to see if Hawley has a look first up before using those dancing feet. Well, guess that one all wrong, and it's laced out to Hannah Lantier. Brilliant fielding from Lantier. We touched on that she's the quickest over the turf, and in the Dutch setup, brilliant fielding, saves 3. Hawley probably misses out on a boundary there. Big inside edge this time onto the pad. You have to think that Abel was promoted to 4. That one's swinging away a little bit of drift. 3 off 17 now, probably feeling a little bit like wants to get one away. Bit off a mid-honour in the ring. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a big shot here. Just hasn't been able to find the timing on this surface. Pressure building nicely from one end. Good to see a few fans have turned out for this Monday. Good day to watch the cricket, to be fair. Especially if you don't have work. Oh, gets dragged down this time and finds the fielder. That was an opportunity. Sometimes when you get stuck and don't find the singles, and then you get the loose ball, you just struggle to get it away. Back to a full delivery, jarred out this time, and AVB gets away with a couple in that over. But a decent first over, as it only goes for the solitary single. 59 for 2 after 17. Once again, Hawley with those very good feet just comes down the ground and knocks a one through mid-wicket. Yeah, so for people wondering what's on the line for these teams, obviously not just the series win, but obviously the potential chance at the global qualifier for the 50 over cricket. Scotland recently making the T20 World Cup coming up soon, but the winner of this really will move into another higher spot in the rankings. And moving up another spot and being in that 12th position by October 31st will mean that you do go to the global qualifier for the 50 over cricket. So a very big day really for these two teams, as someone just walked past the sight screen, or someone doesn't understand the cricket rules perfectly, standing right on the left of that sight screen. Doesn't seem to bother Abel. That's down the leg side, and that's a little bit of frustration for the Dutch as Delata misses that one, and it'll bring Hawley back on strike. Yeah, there's someone walking perfectly behind the sight screen. Doesn't seem to bother Hawley, who punches one back. I know a lot of other cricketers that might have said, "Excuse me, sir, I need you to move." Well, that one spliced away, and really good fielding from Overdine at backward points. They had a lot of spin on it. will be a dot ball. So another good over from DeLunga. Netherlands got the squeeze on at the moment. 62 for 2. 18 overs complete. That scorecard there at VRA cricket. Not up to date just yet, but that's 18 overs bowled. To the action, and another dot ball against Abel here, who 3 off 24, starting now to sort of say, you've got to try something a little bit different here. That's 4 overs of batting. Goes for the quick single, direct hit, could be out, won't be out. That is better from the tall Scottish batter. Oh, that's nicely cut. Good bit of fielding, though, to be able to keep it to 1. Almost burst through. It's a quick outfield today. That probably would have raced away for 4. Nice looking stroke that, as DeLunga will do the mopping up. That one hit extremely hard back to AVB. Good bit of fielding. Yeah, Hawley into the 40s, still looking pretty calm and content. Plenty of time to go in this batting innings. Lovely shot, good feed again. One more down the ground. Over called by the umpire.
Do you reckon we'll bowl the next?
So back to the action. Down the ground again, and well, that's one thing. If you're a bowler bowling to Saskia Hawley, you've got to have your wits about you on your fielding as well. Very often she hits the ball firmly straight back at you. Down the ground this time. Nice shot into the leg side. We'll think about 2, but have to settle for 1 as the ball is looped back. Good to see on the women's ODI rankings now as well that you do see Scotland and Zimbabwe on the list, which is very good indeed. And PNG as well, so 15 teams live on the list. Netherlands also, but yeah, big game. De facto sort of pre-qualifier qualifier, this one. Abel really is sort of stuck at the moment. 5 off 26. A lot of pressure is built on her shoulders. That's better from the tall Scottish batter. If you do get anything a tad full, you've got to really drive it firmly and hit a pocket of space, and we'll get a 1. Good bit of fielding there by Iris Willing. So definitely some dots have crept into this early innings, middle order stage. I mean, there's still 30 overs to go after this. Scotland will want plus 200 definitely on this surface. So a long way to go. Massive appeal, massive appeal, massive moment. And it's a huge wicket as Hawley has to go. It's one of the first times in the series that she's fallen to spin. Gets trapped on the crease for the first time, didn't use the feet. And the winner of this battle is De Lange. A massive wicket in the context of the game for the Netherlands. And the score is 68 for 3. So brilliant bowling from the Dutch spinners in tandem, and the most dangerous player probably out of all the teams with the bat. No disrespect meant by that, but she is a class act as the leading run scorer in the series has to go. Don't count out the rest of that order though. Catherine Fraser made a magnificent 70 early in the series. And there's plenty of other batters. Chiteri is walking out now. But it is going to be someone else in this Scottish batting lineup who will have to step up and produce a very good innings. So huge moments. I think that was pretty adjacent. Easy decision for the umpire. So Chiteri will come out. Abel still there. Scoreboard after 20, 68 for 3, and the spinners working in tandem. As AVB continues. A bit shorter that time, and a little bit of a hesitation for the single from Chiteri, but not from Abel, and Abel makes it pretty comfortably in the end despite the direct hit from De Lange. Can't keep her out the game at the moment. Plenty of noise out there. The Dutch definitely see this as a big opportunity here today. See some of 12th, 13th and 14th running the drinks around, keeping everyone hydrated. Very warm day. Chiteri's first ball. Bowled extremely well yesterday, Chiteri. Today, big opportunity with the bat. Starts with a leave outside off. I think I'd love to see maybe a slip in place here, just to start for the new batter. Nice positive shot from Chiteri, and that's a bad misfield from Caroline van Koolwijk. Relieves a little bit of pressure this time, and Chiteri's off the mark. Flighted delivery, not going in the intended spot, but another single to Abel, who's starting to show a little bit more intent to the fuller deliveries. That's good. It's well bowled. As that's left alone, and another over is complete. 21 overs down. 71 for 3. So looks like a little bit of a change in bowling now as Seegers is going to come into the attack. So Seegers is a pretty crafty bowler. That one got clipped away through the leg side. Nice shot from Chiteri, but yeah, is another leg spinner that sort of sometimes gets it to go a little bit more in the air than anything. Oh, that is an absolute corker. Well, has got a bit of purchase this time. And instead of just that drift in, it sort of kisses the wicket, turns a little bit, and touches the top of the off bail. That is a 10 out of 10 delivery. The Netherlands are cock a hoot, as it is now 73 for 4. What a ball. Ball was angled in. Sometimes with their action can get the ball just to sort of angle in and swing in. That one definitely spun a little bit. So a massive sort of wicket goes. Just the style of wicket. Very impressive bowling from Seegers. The Dutch on top, definitely now 73 for 4. And it looks like it's going to be Jack has come out in the middle here. Nice positive start. That's driven away through backward point. Quick outfield. It's actually going to go for 4. Lovely shot from Jack. There's that one well timed and a much needed boundary for Scotland. Nice shot again from Jack. Comes out with some intent. That's good to see. No point just hanging around and then getting a ball with your name on it. Nice shot out to deep cover. One more to the total. So the spinner's going to work. A massive wicket not long ago of Hawley from DeLunga. And then an absolute corker of a delivery really from Seegers. Leg spin working for the Netherlands. Big appeal for stumps. I don't think so, though. I didn't see Chiteri's foot move at all. Good keeping from Delata. As that will conclude another over. $78 for 4. Oh, lovely shot. Loose ball. Good bit of batting there. I really like how Jack sort of come out and, well, wants to get on with it. See the two dugouts. Oh, a bit of Funkalicious this time from Shateri. That's good batting. I like this. It's just show. It doesn't take much to show a little bit of different intent from the two players at the crease. Deep Roy, you can listen as long as you like, but I ain't changing, and I don't care. In the chat. It's really nice to just see Jack come out and, despite the wickets falling, saying, I'm not going to let you bowl to me. I want to show you that I've got the shots in the locker. Slight appeal. Obviously, there's always going to be a bit of risk, but it's the game we play. Well bowled again from AVB. It's amazing the different type of spinners that each of these teams have as well. Everyone seems to have a couple of leggies and right arm off spinners, some hybrid sort of bowlers that swing it away a little bit as well. Definitely makes it very difficult for batters as we race through that over. That was pretty quick indeed. 23 overs gone. 80 for 4. Good to see so many people in the chat. Hope you're doing well and enjoying a Monday, wherever you're watching from. Nice day to watch some cricket out here in the Netherlands. Been a very enthralling series. All teams have shown plenty of ability. We've had some very close encounters. As that one spins, well bowled. Today, Seegers, out of all the bowlers, is getting it to go. Even surprising Babette delayed her there a little bit. Oh, a little bit shorter this time. I think that's come off a little bit of pad. And they'll only get through for one. Let's watch the umpire's signal here. Yeah, it is a leg bye in the end. Good question from Dinesh Shiv in the chat asking if there's much on the line. Yeah, there is. It's a bit of a de facto qualifying qualifier. The winner of this, we believe, big chance would go to the global qualifier for the 50 over cricket. Well bowled again. Yeah, Bertus de Jong always sort of gives us a bit of insight. But yeah, the winner of this will move into a position that is a bit hard to catch, and with the time frames around, could potentially be going to a global 50 over qualifier early next year, as that one's dragged down for the first time in a while. They should get 2 here if they're quick enough. And Jack is quick enough. Good batting. Fair comment from Nathan Hawley as well, saying Seegers is bowling well, and absolutely correct, Nathan. Give credit where credit's due. That ball from Seegers to get rid of Abel was amazing. But does seem to be getting probably the most purchase out of everyone so far. Good call from Chichechi. Really good call. I'll get through for a quick single. So another over raced through from the Netherlands. Obviously, a quartet of spinners really. Don't mess about. They're very quick in the field as well. 24 overs down, 84 for 4. Pressure on this middle to lower order of Scotland, who definitely have the ability to still get up to a competitive score. They'll believe, and they've seen a bit of the Netherlands batting, which hasn't been perfect, that if they can get to that 180, 200 mark, they're in with a good chance still. Big call of yes straight away. Slight hesitation, but it will still be one. I think Jack has definitely come out, Lorna Jack, and shown the remaining batters how to go about it. Don't be afraid. Disappointing to see no Megan McCall in the lineup today. I think also a very crafty middle order batter. Nice shot. One more to the total. And yeah, Scotland yesterday, if you didn't see the match, their bowling was almost picture perfect. The three seamers all clicked. The spinners bowled extremely well also. So the bowling group's confident. They just need the batters to get up to a score that's defendable now. Another positive shot from Jack. Dot ball. Well, there's a very positive stroke. Comes down the ground and smacks that through mid-on. Despairing dive by the mid-wicket fielder. I think that was Ira Swilling doing the chase. Eva Lynch stuck out a paw but couldn't get near it. Nice shot again. Once again, Jack showing she will not be bowled to. Taking the game back to the Netherlands. Clipped nicely now into a big pocket of space, and one more to the total. Lovely shot, well timed again, and good partnership starting to grow here for Scotland after a couple of quick wickets. Just rebuilding now nicely. Over is complete. 25 down. We're at the halfway stage of the first innings. It is 90 for 4. So it's been a lovely start to Seeger's spell here. Been looking to continue on the good work. He's beaten the bat quite regularly. Another one there. Lovely shot from Chatterjee. That was a little bit down the leg side. A loose delivery, and you've got to capitalise when you see it. Short and down the leg side. You've got to get some bat on it. Does the job. 4 more to the total. Good batting from the Scottish middle order here. 94 on the board. One push straight to the fielder. Yeah, 94 on the board. They'll know. Netherlands struggled to chase 183 against PNG the other day. They were 7 down when they chased the 180 also versus Scotland. This one is short again. Pulled nicely out to deep mid-wicket for 1. So in their think tank, anything in that 180 vicinity will definitely cause a few nerves for the Netherlands, but even more than that, if they can get to 200 still got plenty of wickets in hand. There's no reason why not. They might go into the innings break feeling pretty confident. gets that one completely wrong. It's a lovely sweep shot. They might join us in the commentary box. And I hear it. It's somewhere. 4 runs. Lovely shot. And Seegers, for the first time today, a couple of long hops, and I guess that's what can happen with leg spin. So a loose over this, and all of a sudden, that momentum being wrestled back. There's another lovely stroke from Jack, who's come out and really batted beautifully. 18 off 16. That brings up the 100. And 24 overs to go. Scotland starting to build very nicely indeed. So I think this is quite good captaincy here from Babette Delader. She's usually pretty switched on and doesn't mess about, doesn't sort of like to let the game get away, and realises that these two are actually batting very well against spin. It's time for a change. It's going to be Iris Willing, the tall Dutch fast bowler, will come back and have a second spell here. I think that's good captaincy, especially if the Netherlands, look, their last 15 minutes has been all Scotland, but they'll be saying if we can go bang bang and 6 for 120, does put them in a very commanding position. Oh, lovely drive in the air, upish. There is a sweeper, so it'll only be one. See some comments in the chat. Wayne asking for a hashtag, is there going to be an Ask Corey segment? Yeah, all right. I don't mind. You can go hashtag Ask Corey for the next 17 minutes. But then, no more. I've got a game to commentate. Shot. Lovely shot. Interesting field set they've got, actually. I'll see if I can get it on camera for you. They've got 2 backward points. I actually don't mind this. They've pulled the mid-wicket out and they've got a sweeper on the offside as well. So it's Willing. I'll be keeping this pretty wide off stump, or swinging away at least. That will actually be skewed to one of those 2 backward points. Helix in the chat as well. A couple of familiar faces from the ECN chat. Hello, Helix. Oh, well bowled and interestingly played. Came down the crease, didn't get something she wanted, but good enough to adjust. Good little partnership from Tateji and Jack. These two have looked pretty good since combining. Smoked. Wow, what a nice shot. Out in the middle of that lovely grey Nichols, but just 1 run out to the sweeper. Question from Abhinav Sharma. Hashtag Ask Corey. Do women's cricket require a specialist power hitter in ODI or not? Don't think it's a requirement. You can still win games without a power hitter, but if there is someone in the country that you can nurture into that role. So it's chipped in the air and just lands to the right of Van Koolwijk, and it's a quick outfield. A very, very quick outfield. It will go for 4. Lovely shot. And another boundary to Scotland. Good little recovery this. As the over is completed, 106 for 4. But yeah, look, I don't think it's something you have to have all the time, a power hitter. But if you do have someone in the country you can nurture into that role and make that their designated sort of position, then it does help a lot, especially in the women's game. And yeah, something I'm sure that all countries will keep an eye out for. So he gets to continue. Good question from Stato95, hashtag Ask Corey. Is Heather Seegers injured? Well, she stopped playing for the Dutch. Notable admission, I guess, from the summer as the first ball is pushed away. Yeah, it's a very good question about Heather Seegers. I'll give the answer after this delivery. It's going to be a play. Yeah, unfortunately, Heather Seegers, the actual captain for the Netherlands and probably one of the better batters last summer, does have a serious wrist injury and hasn't been available all summer. I'm hearing it'll be a couple more months still. So a big loss for the Netherlands. Obviously, Ster Callis in the 100 as well, but Heather Seegers hasn't been able to play all summer. As that is lovely, driven out to the sweeper for another one. Obviously, these teams are missing a few players in the 100, but yeah, Heather Seegers is a genuine injury, not retired or anything like that, and hopefully we will see her back soon enough. Question from Nathan Hornley asking if there's any nicknames. What are they? Choppy, obviously, we know that one. As this is clipped around the corner, it's a top edge, and will it be caught? It will be caught. Massive moment in the game. Scotland started to pull away a little bit. We're looking very good in this partnership. That one gets a little bit big on Jack. It's a top edge, and AVB takes a very good catch at 45 as the wicket falls, and Scotland lose one right on the drinks break, I believe. That'll be disappointing as the players will get a well-earned drink, and the officials, as it is a very warm day here in the Netherlands. Well, I won't cut it away while it's a drink break. I'll answer any questions that might be in the chat. Advice in the chat, hashtag Ask Corey. Will Indian women cricket team tour to the Netherlands soon? I don't know. Maybe. Be nice to have a very good team, a powerhouse of world cricket. Come to the Netherlands. Would be great to bring some other teams out here also. No reason why not. The players take a bit of a refreshment. So yeah, it's a good opportunity if you want to get a question in now. And if you don't, I'm going to sit in silence and enjoy some rest. Helen Hawley with the straight question. Who's winning today? That's put me on the spot. Meant to be impartial here, aren't I? I don't know would be the right answer. What I do think, I don't think it'll be a shellacking. I don't think a team will win this comfortably. Even if Scotland only make 160, 170, I think they'll push Netherlands very far, if not win it. So for me, it could come down right to the last few moments of this game. That's what I think. I don't think either team will really dominate either team. Son with a question, how popular is cricket in countries like Dutch, in Netherlands and Scotland? Look, it's growing. It's getting there. Obviously, the teams making World Cups recently in men's and Scotland women's making the World Cup, absolutely massive. It does help the promotion of the sport, and the game is growing. Having just little streams like this and more eyeballs on the game, I think, is important as well. So it's growing. Still a long way to go, but it's definitely growing. Question if I've got any nicknames. Yeah, a couple. Some that are kosher, some that aren't so kosher. Yeah, tough to say. I can't really repeat too many on the air and don't want to get in too much trouble, so I'll have to keep that one private. Tushar Patel, when do the T20 start? They start on Wednesday. Tomorrow is an off day. I've got some other work that I'm up to tomorrow. And we'll be back Wednesday for the T20s. The matches start at 2 p.m. local time. Boy, it looks like we've opened up a can of worms with this Ask Corey. Oh, no. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Here comes a very dangerous player, Fraser. Fraser's a very, very good number 7 to have coming out, to be honest. Abhinav Sharma, more with a statement than a question about bowling speeds of spinners. Fair point. Fraser starts nicely with a little push into the offside for 1. Good question following up from Mishra, as that's the end of the over, and the score is 108 for 5. How have the performances of the Netherlands and Scotland cricket teams in recent international tournaments influenced their standing and development in the global cricketing community? Well, I can give you a little bit of insight. I think more recognised. I know Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards are actually the 2 Dutch men's players. I share a house with them. And since the World Cups, they now get photos everywhere. They're recognised. So that's pretty big. The big difference for the players, more contracts, more financial stability for the countries, just shows that playing on the big networks and playing at World Cups does help. Maya Patel, when are you next on the ECN, European Cricket Network? I believe I'm commentating the men's series on the ECN network soon as Iris Willing bowls her second over of this spell. And the ball thumps into Fraser, Chateri, sorry, and hopefully she's okay. Yeah, the European Cricket Network is televising the men's Dutch T20 series, Netherlands, Canada and USA at the end of the month. I'll be commentating that. Looking forward to some good level T20I cricket there. Lovely drive. Fraser has to be, look, you're not meant to have favourites. Probably many viewers have kids and you shouldn't have a favourite. I've got a favourite. Fraser is one of my favourite bats this week. Just love the way she goes about it. And that Gray Nichols, full face of the bat. So he's very good. Oh, another missed field. Van Koolwijk's not having a clean day besides the run out. Missed field again. 1 more run to the total. Question from Utkarash Bart. Ask Corey, are you Dutch or a migrant? Seems to have good cricketing knowledge. A bit of both, actually. My grandparents are Dutch. My last name's Rutgers, Corey Rutgers. So there is Dutch heritage there. I have lived in the Netherlands for 5 to 6 years. I used to be an analyst and assistant coach for the men's Dutch team, but sort of working in other areas of Europe now and done a lot of commentary. So when you do a lot around Europe, and men's and women's, you learn a lot of the players and you do get a good insight into how things work. It's another full face of the bat. And also living in the Netherlands, being close to a lot of the players does help give you some background on their stories, and they do sacrifice a lot to be here, I'm sure, same as the Scottish players and the PNG players this week. Might extend this Ask Corey section. This has been quite good. As lovely batting from Chateri. I like that she's come out and still showing intent as well. It's batted quite nicely. And as that is the conclusion of the over. 109 for 5. It looks like, Uswa Saeed is in the chat. Hello, Uswa. She is a leg spinner and very good batter for the Spanish women's national team. Hope you're doing well, Uswa. Very talented cricketer. And Uswa will be playing Austria for some T10s soon. And then they're off to Greece, the Spanish women, for a T20I series. So nice of you to jump in the chat, Uswa. Good luck with everything with the women's matches. We've been running a little bit of high performance in the background for them. And the women's game is growing everywhere, especially in Spain. So Seegers to continue. Fraser on strike. Punched straight to mid-wicket. At 109 for 5, you feel this innings could go one of 2 ways. They will get themselves to that 180, 190, or potentially Netherlands close it extremely well. Fraser, again, with that lovely straight bat, punching it to mid-off. Oh, there's a long hop, a drag down, and will cost them 4. So every now and then, Seegers gets it all wrong. Nice shot from Fraser. That one a lot fuller, bit of a play and miss. Half an appeal from backward point, but definitely not out. Another play and miss outside the off stump. Question from Wujakash. Again, just about the Netherlands sort of domestic season and what happens here in the country. I'll touch on that after this delivery. Oh no, that's really wrong. That's going to be a no ball, and these are valuable runs. So Seegers just getting these all wrong, and that's going to be a no ball, 2 byes. Delata couldn't get across to it, and Fraser, well, has basically the immunity cloak, free bite of the cherry to try and hit one over the rope. Field can't or doesn't move. Misses out. I think that some of the players may have forgotten that it's a free hit, which is pretty exciting for everyone involved. Backward point, Frederique Overdyke might be buying the drinks tonight. She came charging in thinking it was a wicket, but it was a free hit. And you can't get stumped off a free hit. It's actually an interesting one for me. It looks a bit peculiar because the player is standing down the middle of the crease. I actually think that's one rule I would change. I would say you can get stumped off a free hit because, in effect, you could basically just run out there and stand there and never return. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Dot ball as the over is complete. 30 overs down. 116 for 5. Yeah, Ujakash's question to about the local cricket here. There's plenty of teams, plenty of divisions on the women's side of thing. Not so many teams, unfortunately, but obviously have their own top class of division where they play longer and shorter format cricket. Swirling to continue, and what a lovely shot that is. It'll just be 1 to the sweeper. Yeah, I know in the men's side of thing, you've got top classer, Hoofter classer, Erster classer, Overhans classer, 2 E class, 3 E class, which is probably, how many did I just name? 6, 7 divisions. Obviously, you have youth structures and so forth, and not as many women's teams, unfortunately, but still a good women's top class division. Swilling goes with the slower ball. Still not a massive playing population in the Netherlands, but it is growing. Big slow ball, which has turned in a bit. Oh, that had to be close. Well, what's it missing? Umpire, I think, signalling striking outside the line of off stump. That one came in quite a bit, didn't it? Off the pitch. What a ball. Maybe it was just contact outside off. Umpire's call. Tough to tell. Well bowled. That actually spun. That's a slower ball that's hit the deck and come in a lot. This next ball, just a dot. Question from Derek Evans. Ask Corey, are there any plans for a bilateral series, T20 or ODI would be ICC sanctioned with, as they scamper through for a single, within, if the division structure still exists and works? PS, well done for the no ball and buys call, yeah. Yeah, I think it comes down to the home boards. There's always a way to organise a bilateral series and have ODIs and T20s. Obviously, this is a triangular. But I think if two teams are willing to play and ready to play and a bit more pace on and swings this time, dot ball over complete. 118 for 5. Yeah, I think if boards are able to get teams touring, why not? Whether the ICC can have some influence on that, they usually leave it to the home boards to organise their own bilateral series. I think the more times you get these triangulars, also quite nice. I mean, PNG have travelled 30 hours to be here, and great to have them involved in this series. But yeah, I'll give an extension to the hashtag Ask Corey section while we churn through this middle overs. Bowling change, leg spin for leg spin. It looks like Caroline DeLunga, who got the big wicket of Hawley today, is going to come in for another spell. Good to see we've got about 1,500 viewers watching as well. Always nice to have people tuning in to watch some women's international 50 over cricket, and to be fair, a lot on the line. We're sort of looking at ranking numbers and global qualifiers and so on. One is cut to point. If this is a win for either team, very good chance they will be going to the 50 over global qualifier. Flighted delivery, lovely drive again from Fraser. Little flick at the stunts from DeLunga, but definitely not out. It's well bowled. A little bit of extra bounce that time. Fraser with the one boundary to her name. So another dot ball. Question in from BS. When will the groundsman do a short commentary stint? Well, I think if you follow his vlogs, he does enough talking, don't you think? Quite emotional. As that is clipped very nicely around the corner. I do think there's a little bit of bat on this. We'll have to watch the umpire. We'll track back for 2. No pre-signal from the umpire, so that'll be 2 more to the total. Yeah, I think Blake, the groundsman, if you want to have a commentary stint from him, you don't have to. Just go onto YouTube, B Ghetto Vlogs, and you can listen to some self-commentary if you like. It's done a very good job with the wickets out here. I actually think these wickets have been extremely good batting wickets. However, the teams just haven't really batted to maybe their best potential so far, and a few batters missing for some of these sides as the over is complete. 32 bowled, 120 for 6. Maya Patel saying maybe I could organise a Spain-Netherlands series. Maybe in the future. Things are growing very quickly out in España, but give it some time. No rush. So, Babette Delader, as we mentioned, doesn't let the game coast and is ringing the changes on a search for this wicket. Eva Lynch, the right arm off spinner in this lineup. Going to have a bowl now. That one pushed straight to mid-wicket. Lynch, 1 wicket to her name, and was the big wicket of Darcy Carter. That one just mistimed to cover. Slightly shorter and pulled away through backward square leg for a single. Question from Helen Hawley. Hello Helen, asking what level I played at. Actually from country WA originally, so played state country cricket for WA for a couple of years. That was pretty good level that. cricket. Enjoyed that before moving to Europe. A little bit shorter this time. Fraser might feel I missed out on a few runs there. A little bit of turn from this end at the moment for the off spin. But yeah, also played a few years out here in the Netherlands, a top class of cricket. Good competition here. It's almost finals time in the country. Timed beautifully. A bit of bottom hand whip there, but straight to Swilling, who's a very good fielder at mid-wicket. Good over this from Lynch, racing through it. This time driven for a single. Lynch with a rapid fire over. $122 for 5. Yeah, Helen, I think if you still got My Cricket out there, I don't know if they have My Cricket in Australia anymore. You can go have a little browse there if you like. So this game in a very interesting phase. Netherlands, who will be happy with their work so far, will know they've got a very big pressure chase a little bit later today. They don't want to be chasing 200. Oh, how was that missed off stump? I actually think that's the wrong end from Caroline de Lange. Very good bowling from the Dutch leg spinner. Fraser, a little bit lucky there not to chop that on. Plenty of noise out there from the Dutch. Back into that sort of V for Fraser. Oh, My Cricket doesn't continue. There you go. I haven't been in Australia in a long time. Flighted delivery. Lovely shot from Fraser. They'll think about 2, but it goes probably to the one fielder you don't want. Hannah Land here. He's got a cannon of an arm and extremely quick over the turf. 1 run. Another positive stroke from Chatterjee. She's batted pretty well in this innings so far. Came out at a difficult time, still there. No one just pushed into the offside from Fraser. Netherlands will be thinking, well, 1 more wicket here and maybe we get through to that lower order. Haven't had as much time at the crease this event. I bowled again. And they're racing through these overs as another over is complete. 124 for 5. There's the clubhouse looking as beautiful as ever. Question from Abhinav Sharma. If the Dutch men's cricket ever qualify for the Olympics, will it boost cricket in Netherlands, and how many people in Netherlands would cheer for it? Well, Netherlands cheer for anyone going for medals. I think they would cheer loudly, but I have been hearing reports that at the Olympics it'll only be 6 teams and it'll be T20s, which a 6-team T20 event there, I feel like it's a bit of a shame. I would have shortened it and brought more countries, if possible, to the Olympics in LA in 28. As Lynch comes back and gets pulled away, and a bit of a misfield out there. So, as the plane goes overhead, Lynch not too happy at all. That should have just been a single. It's a bonus boundary. Every run crucial in such a huge contest with a lot on the line. I think if Netherlands were honest with themselves, actually, they pride themselves on their ground fielding. I think they've let through about 10 to 15 today, which will definitely be a little bit upsetting for the coaching staff and for the players. Yeah, the Olympics, it's great that cricket is going back into LA 28, but I'm not too sure it'll be perfect sort of format and the amount of teams. 1 run to the leg side. Nice partnership building between these two. Just picking it off nicely. The odd boundary here and there. Happy to work singles also. Lovely drive from Fraser. Big shout of waiting. Oh, pulls out a lavish sweep shot. Nice batting. One more to the total. And the umpires call over. So this middle over section moving along pretty swiftly, has to be said. 35 overs complete. Scores 130 for 5. Nathan Hawley, give me a bit of background about Play HQ, replace my cricket. So does that mean, Nathan, that my stats would have transferred over to Nathan? To Play HQ, or would they still be on my cricket somewhere? Can you let me know? Curious now. Interesting story. Is that ball pushed to the offside for a single? Bertus de Jong in the chat. Bertus, who's sort of the evergreen Bertus, looking quite young the other day. He's been all over it on the rankings, sort of weight of these games for both nations. My consigliere, actually, Bertus de Jong, very good guy. Bit of a long hop, well pulled away. It's going to find the fielder. There's a missed field out there again. Won't cost them an extra run. Yeah, I didn't mention the T10 Bertus, but if you did have unlimited access to Olympic Village and athletes, I would go T10 at the Olympics. 90 minutes in and out, shorter boundaries, make it a bit of fun. Try and get 29 teams. And I say that number specifically, 29. Great to have so much interaction. A lot of people tuned in for this, pretty big game, to be fair. You can understand why. Also, it's a Monday. If you're at the office, I hope you've got the laptop open and having a little bit of a watch. It's edged to backward point. I think Fraser, to be fair, setting herself for a bit of an explosion at the back end of this inning, similar to that very good 50 she made earlier in the week. Lovely on drive, but no run or no value there. Another over raced through from NL. Players resting in the dugout. Long way to go on this very warm Monday. Must be the hottest day of the Dutch summer. I don't remember anything hotter. Score 132 for 5. Yeah, Bertus in the chat. He's done a lot of work around Europe as a journalist. Always love his opinion. Let me know if you're coming down to the ground later, Bertus. Be good to catch up. So, Lynch to continue. That one pushed to the leg side for a dot ball. Now that sort of just pushed into the offside. But yeah, keep the questions coming. Hashtag Ask Corey. It can be about absolutely anything. Doesn't even have to be about the game. It can be anything. We'll get around to it and give you a bit of a mention. Fuller delivery. Just tries to jar that out through third. Play and miss. Let me know, the viewers in Scotland. It'd be nice to see some viewers from Scotland chime in. I know they'll definitely be tuned in and enjoying what they've witnessed this series. Top over this from Lynch, who's just asking the right questions. And Caroline van Koolwijk, besides the run out today, hasn't been able to stop a thing. That one literally just rolled through the hands again, and I think that they're going to stick with her at cover, but that didn't cost a single this time. Again, just jarred out to backward point. Top over this from Lynch. I haven't had the stop clock on, but 90 seconds max. This is racing through overs. Well, there's a big shot. It's a lovely shot. And it's going to find Rabin right. Just the one run. Another over is completed. 37 down, 133 for 5. 13 overs to go. Well, 5 wickets in hand. Let's say they go at 5 and over. Let's test my maths. That would be 5 times 13 is 65. 65 on 33 would take them up to 198. I think that's fair. If they could pull that off, they'd be very happy indeed. Caroline DeLunger, I believe this would be the last over of her spell. She's been exceptional today. 1 for 19, but also the big fish of Hawley. If they do go on to win this game, the Netherlands, I think they would have to put their hand up and say Caroline DeLunger could be player of the match. Maybe only finishes with 1 wicket, but to have the wicket of Hawley and such an economical spell, really impressive. Another dot ball question in from Rochizwa Davies. Asked Corey, which female cricket nation would you have interest in coaching one day? I have thought about that. I do coach the Spanish men's at the moment. Been involved in the Dutch systems before. Maybe the Spanish women's team. So that's pushed to the offside. They've got a very good program growing, but I think on a maybe grander scale, maybe one day, you never know, I take over the Irish or the Scottish or the Dutch women's team. Currently enjoying the men's side of things. So that's really nicely swept. Watch out for the spin out there. And of course, well, it's always the second bounce. When you get a leg spinner that gets swept, it's the second bounce that will turn. And Seegers didn't read it. And it's another 4 runs. And I don't want to be critical, but the Netherlands have let, I'd say now, 15 runs easily through today. Ah, there's a good message from Coco in the chat. It's a happy birthday to Chatterjee. Didn't know that. Happy birthday, 31 years old. Congratulations. And enjoying the birthday at the moment. 31 years old and batting for your country. That's very nice. Thank you, Coco, for letting me know. I didn't realise that or hadn't been informed. Another sweep shot. You've got to watch the spin. This one's on the carpet though. 1 run. JH in the chat. Is JH potentially John Howden? Let me know, JH. That's another single pushed away. These two are batting really nicely now. What are the boundary dimensions? Actually, decent sizes, probably 60 plus all round. I'd even say some boundaries, see the straight one on your screen there is probably a healthy 63, 64 metres. I'll ask the Blake, the groundsman, a little bit later for a specific. As the over is complete, and so is Caroline DeLunger. She finishes with very good figures of 10 overs, 25 for 1, 1 for 25. Scotland just wrestling back some momentum. These two building a very nice partnership. It's the birthday girl, Chatterjee, and Fraser building nicely. And they've got a little bit of a platform to launch from in the last 12. Lynch to continue, sort of a shovel shot to the leg side, which with a couple of shouts a catch, we'll go for a single. Yeah, when Fraser made that magnificent 50 versus PNG the other day, took her time, but once in, absolutely whacked the ball straight with some pretty monstrous sixes. Just don't count out this Scottish bowling lineup. Very, very talented bowling lineup. Well, that's high in the air. Another big shout of catch, and Malkin ball can't get around to it. And I don't think Eva Lynch is too pleased. Felt like that was in the air for quite some time. Maybe this is the little flick of the switch. A couple of shots in this over. Scotland looking to hit over the top. That one pushed into the offside. Dot ball. It is John Howden in the chat. Hello, John. John Howden. All Cricket España watching. Does a lot of good work out there, does John. Top ball to the leg side. Keith in the chat saying on Saturday in Scotland we had the 4 Women's T20 Scottish Cup. Obviously, some players were missing. Keith, let me know who won the Scottish Cup in the Netherlands, as another aggressive stroke lands short of De Lange this time. Top ball, quick over once more. As the players jog it through. Yeah, Keith, let me know who won the Women's T20 Scottish Cup in Scotland over the weekend. Obviously some players were missing, but still would have meant a lot to one of those club teams. And Kushar asking, will Spain qualify for the regional qualifier? Potentially. Played some good cricket recently. But obviously, cricket's a very interesting sport. I don't think anything can be taken for granted. There's a lot of good teams that play in qualifiers these days. So, Seegers is brought back now that De Lange is bowled out. It's cut pretty nicely first ball, and it'll just be a single. Couple of questions about the pitch and the weather conditions. Sunny, hot, 30 degrees today. Little bit of breeze left to right on your screen. With the pitch, to be fair, I think it's a very true wicket. Once again, all the pitches this week have been very good for batting. There hasn't been too much up and down, really. Not much sideways movement either. Evenly paced. Definitely think there has been a switch of gears from Fraser in the last sort of 5 minutes. You can see a bit more intent and some nice strokes. Helen saying it was Stuart's Melville who won the competition. Is that confirmed? Stuart's Melville? Is that the name of the club? Cut away this time. Good bit of fielding there from Overdyke, who is at backward point the whole time. Ranjan Patter saying, what do we think this target Scotland will set here? Really depends how, if one of these two bat deep, 200's definitely still on the cards. Driven away this time. Straight to Overdyke again. Another nice drive. Sort of back foot punch, actually. It's not a drive from Terji. Yeah, Keith, thank you for the information. Stuart's Melville from Edinburgh. Edinburgh beat West of Scotland from Glasgow in the final after the former beat Carlton. And West beat East Kilbridge in the semis. Thanks for that information. Congratulations then to Stuart's Melville. Lovely drive from Fraser. That's a beautiful shot. As I try outspeak a Boeing A380 above me. That is a seriously good shot, and that's what I mean with Fraser. One of the favourite batters I've watched this week. I shouldn't have favourites, but I do. Beautiful shot from Fraser, 4 runs. Oh, that's great for Stuart's Melville. I'm sure maybe a few players and supporters are watching, so congratulations to your club winning the women's T20. Who won, while I've got that topic up, Keith, who won the men's T20 this year out in Scotland? Has that concluded as well? So I know that obviously the winner of that will go to the ECL in Spain in early 2025. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. Well, I can't because there's the Dutch 12th, 13th and 14th doing a lap. There you go, 148 for 5. Thick inside edge, definitely not out. Full toss, hit away pretty nicely. That'll be one more run to the birthday girl. Lynch has been pretty economical today as well. Just the 1 wicket so far of Darcy Carter. Well bowled again from Ava Lynch. Push to mid-on. Good over this from Lynch. Racing through it. Only the 1 run so far. Very good over for the 41st. Another nice looking drive, however. Another dot ball. Yeah, good over here for the Netherlands. They just needed a steady up. Raced through, so another over complete. 41 overs down Scotland with a bit of a platform here, 149 for 5. Bit of water being run on for the players. A very warm day, so just a quick little extra drink. Keith in the chat, Grange from Edinburgh beat Falkland from Fife in the final of the men's on Sunday. And Forfarshire knocked down the semis. Oh, I guess that means no Callum Garden or Jake Hoagie Hogarth. No ECL for them. Congratulations then to Grange, who I'm sure we'll see play on the ECN network in a few months' time in Malaga. So a very good weekend in Scottish cricket, it sounds like. Pretty sure you would have had good weather as well. I imagine now, for some of the players out there, a little bit of fatigue must be setting in. For the Netherlands and Scottish players, wouldn't be used to this heat. It is plus 30 today. And, well, being an Australian, this is lovely, but plus 30 in Europe feels like a 40 back home. 30 degrees in Europe is very hot indeed. So credit to all the players and also the officials getting on with it. Seegers continue on. Chatterjee on her birthday, I believe it's mentioned before, 31st birthday, is on 31. Well, does that mean something crazy is about to happen? The answer is no. Good batting, pushed into the offside, 1 more run. I do wonder if these two batters are sort of discussing about who's going to be the player to maybe chance their arm and who's going to be the other player to maybe bat through. As that was the 150 up with that single. Big appeal as that one skids on, but sliding down the leg side. Easy decision for the umpire. Well, sounds like it was a breezy day over in Scotland in the weekend. I've been out to Scotland, beautiful part of the world, many moons ago. I was quite a young man when I was there. Just gets that one all wrong, and Fraser doesn't miss out. It goes out to some of the spectators sitting under that beautiful big tree. And 4 more to the total. And, well, this partnership has just swung this game back into Scotland's court, I'd say. We've seen pretty regularly in this series that 180, 190 isn't easy to get. If these two keep going about it, 200 is definitely on the cards. There's another full toss. Oh, it blows off the bat of Chatterjee. They turned down a run. I think I'm running there as well, because they would have got 4 if it didn't hit the bat. Unlucky for Fraser. Fraser, for me, I know Chatterjee's been there for a while, but Fraser, for me, is the one you got to look out for. She's got some genuine power in the back half. And this time, sort of flies through third. That's got some momentum on it, and just reined in. 2 more. Scotland building nicely. Very good partnership growing in Netherlands. Well, surprised I would have been saying this 40 minutes ago. They need a wicket here, as the over is complete. And the score ticking along nicely here. 2 set players. Amazing how quickly this 50 over format can change. It only takes 2 players to sort of get the double click and both get in. And then it looks like a true batting paradise and not easy to stem the rate. Shot. Lovely shot. And good fielding out there from Rabin Reich to keep it to 1. Yeah, I guess that's one thing we've sort of missed in this 50 over series so far. It's the double click where 2 players get going at the same time. And that's why we haven't seen the scoring rate probably as high as what you'd expect on these surfaces. One batter's been going but then getting stuck at the non-striker's end. But right now what you're witnessing is the double click. 2 players are in, 2 players are flowing, and the Netherlands are struggling to hold that rate. Big appeal, and well, it's a massive wicket. They needed something, Netherlands. Right on cue, they get it. Eva Lynch slowed that one up, maybe played around it a little bit. The umpire had a good look. And it's a massive moment because it breaks the partnership. Chatterjee batted very well, but we'll have to go 32 to her. Look out for her with the ball a little bit later. But Netherlands take a crucial wicket. So a big wicket falls, and yeah, a couple of people in the chat not happy with the decision. I don't know. Well, maybe I can get my YouTube back and have a closer look. It was a flighted delivery from Lynch, and Caught on the crease, the ball didn't have too far to travel, was batting outside off stump, and you've got to remember, the camera angle that we have isn't directly behind the umpire. It is on a slight angle, if you see there, so that will give you the illusion like the ball is going down leg. But to be completely honest with you, I don't know. I don't think that the umpire's got that one right. You got to understand this camera angle isn't behind the stumps. So anyway, we move on. Big moment in the game. 158 for 6. Good game on our hands. Feels like Netherlands desperately needed that. But they've still got work to do if they're going to stop Scotland from getting 200 plus. Scotland, obviously, they've got some batting to come. I think the keeper batter now will come out. Ellen Watson coming out. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat upset with that decision. I think you just have to remember it's not the straightest of camera angles, which definitely creates a little bit of an illusion. As you can see, we're actually looking at an angle from outside the pitch line. As it is Watson, who makes her way to the middle at 158 for 6. Probably just has the task of trying to get as many singles as possible and getting Fraser on strike, who's batting nicely. Brilliant start from Watson. That's very good batting. Just pushed outside the off stump and works it for a single to open her account. It's well bowled again from Eva Lynch, just taking a bit of pace off the ball now. Whoa, gets that all wrong. That's going to be a no ball and smoked out to deep mid-wicket. Just the one run. Oh, I think Fraser would be disappointed. It sounded meaty off the bat, but just landed inside the rope. Well stopped from Rabin Wright. Got that one all wrong, Lynch. Haven't seen anything like that from Eva Lynch ever, really. But Watson gets an early free hit. Looks to pull out the reverse Malachi. There's Watson. But misses out and throws her head back. Misses out on a freebie there. Over is complete. It is a successful one for the Netherlands, 161 for 6. Good to see Sebastian Brutt in the chat, captain of Hermes Cricket Club, and played for Hermes and the Netherlands in the past. Tuning in to support the Dutch ladies. I'm sure some of the Scottish men as well from the national team are tuned in to watch their counterparts go about their business. You can see very straight field in the ring to Fraser. Another bowling change. Changes coming thick and fast. AVB with the ball in hand. And there's one of those drives straight to mid-wicket. I do wonder, with that breakthrough, does that mean Fraser might just take another over 2 before looking to expand? The answer's no. What a shot. Fraser has genuine power. What a good finisher to have for Scotland. Was mighty impressive the other day in her first international 50. I think I had a question earlier from a viewer about, is it, well, not imperative, but good to have a player in your order that has that power game? The answer is yeah, it is. He made 74 the other day. as that one is worked away for a single. And look out for a very talented sort of off-spin bowling as well. But it was 74 off 75, 8 fours and a 6. And for a player of this calibre to come out at number 7, it's a very good find for Scotland. Big full toss this time from AVB. Might be lucky that it's bowled to the new batter. That one pulled firmly as well, but it will go to the fielder again. So Netherlands in a bit of a scenario here. Well, they want to keep Fraser off strike as much as possible. Well bowled, good length, and another dot ball. So the over, despite the boundary, is contained well enough. 166 for 6. 6 overs to go. Really have motored through the Netherlands. Runner ball will take them to 202. A good finish, a really great finish for Scotland. They might put themselves in dreamland of the 215 or thereabouts. A dream finish for the Netherlands. They probably go bang, bang here and keep them under 190. So plenty to play for in the last 6 overs. Eva Lynch to continue. And you'd have to imagine that Fraser showed us a little bit of what she can do that previous over. Does she try take down the very consistent Lynch? Well, miles in the air, shouts of catch, and it will land in no man's land just before the rope. Lovely shot from Fraser. Coming down the crease, almost went for 6, sort of plugged, a bit unlucky. Deep mid on is in place, but Fraser just showing a little bit of the skill that she possesses. And I think it's go time. Fraser's seen enough and ready to really enjoy these last few overs. Slog sweep this time, a really nice slog sweep too. It will find the fielder, 1 run, and Netherlands know they're in a bit of a contest here versus Fraser. Dot ball. So the field obviously is coming in here versus Watson. They see this as an opportunity, the Dutch, to squeeze out the rest of the over. But Watson says, I'm going to counter that with a lovely shot down the ground. It was over-pitched. Netherlands took the risk. 6 fielders in the ring in the 45th over. And it gets hit over the top for 4 vital runs. Scotland are definitely going to get themselves up to a score here. They'll feel it's defendable. Pushed straight back. Top ball. That nice sign still for Scotland. 173 on the board. 6 down. 5 overs to go, and if this series is anything to go by, anything over 200 here, they will feel confident. One pulled away, just a single. Slight appeal that time, just angling down the leg side. So AVB hasn't picked up a wicket yet today to take an international fiver only a few days ago. Watson hits and runs straight to the fielder. They'll get through for a quick single and very good backing up from Iris Villing. Just the one. Fraser on 37 here. And this will be interesting to see how she goes about it. Shot. Oh, yeah. They've moved sort of deep cover around. Hannah Land here will do the mopping up, but what a shot from Fraser. So 2 more to the total. Tries to absolutely moose that dot ball. And the over is complete. Quick over in the end. Pretty good over from AVB. It actually only goes for 4, and considering I had to bowl a few balls to Fraser there, you take that. Does mean we're down to the last 4 overs. 177 for 6. Plenty of support in the chat for Scotland or the Netherlands. Put your flag in the chat. Why don't you put your flag in the chat for who you're supporting in this one? Seems pretty split, to be fair. Plenty of supporters for either team. As looks like that might be the end of spin for the innings, potentially. Iris Villing is going to come back on. Yeah, split so far. I can see a fair few Scottish flags there. Oh, a lot of Scottish flags. Where are the Dutch supporters? Oh, Scotland and Nepal. I'm not too sure Nepal can win here, but you never know. So Iris Villing is going to come back on and probably bowl out from this end, as our first delivery is pretty well smoked through the offside for a single. Well, it looks like we've created a little bit of a chaos in the chat. Like, not enough Dutch flags there, if you ask me. A lot of Scottish. Fraser on strike. Good contest. And some very, very good defensive bowling from Iris Villing. Yeah, Scott Stood in the chat saying the odds must be pretty long in a Nepal victory. Yeah, might put a euro on it. You never know. NCFC, a Dutch fan from England. Well, good to have fans from all over. Slower ball, hit far outside the leg stump. Hannah Land here makes great ground and holds on to it. Well, it's a massive wicket. It was the slower ball from Iris Villing. And I've touched on a few times how good Hannah Land here is in the outfield. She motored 10-15 yards to her left. She takes a very important catch. Fraser was looking good. And the wicket will go. 178 for 7. Clever bowling from Zwilling. And the end of a very good cameo from Fraser. 39. Bit of a long walk back to the dressing room, but has done a very good job for her country. Came in at a tricky time and put on a very nice partnership, and then will feel a little bit aggrieved to not enjoy these last few overs. Hit that pretty nicely, but because it was the slower ball, there was no pace on it and just couldn't get the distance. So Fraser makes her way back. The Dutch players get their way back into position. And Iris Villing picks up her first wicket with the slower ball. As it does look like it's going to be the skipper of Scotland, Abtaha Maqsood, coming out. Look out for her with her leg spin bowling a little bit later and handy lower order batting. That wicket there can be the difference between 20 runs and none, you know. Fraser is so good. Been a bit of a revelation this tour. But she has to go back now. And first ball to the captain of Scotland. That's what wickets do. A new batter comes out and always, obviously it's going to take a little bit of time to find her feet. Captaincy from Delata as well to go back to the pace. The spin didn't seem to be working. Oh, there's that slow ball, and it's a bit of a toe ender. Well, could actually run away for a couple, and it will be two. That's frustration for Iris Villing, who produced the slow ball. Bit of a toe end on it, and it goes for two. Another sort of pace-off delivery, which is respectfully pushed into the offside. So another dot ball to conclude that over. As the score is 180 for 7. Compliment coming in from Rory Gramouche. Well done to the grounds keeper, Blake. Yeah, he's made a magnificent ground here. Very nice pitch, nice outfield. It's been good for cricket all round, to be fair. I think it's offered enough for the bowlers, but plenty for the batters if they get themselves in. Looks like AVB to continue, so it will be spin. Mid-on goes back. 3 overs to go. Scotland dream finish would be 10-10-10. Take them to 210. I think Netherlands would be anything under 200. They'll feel like they've done good enough. Hit very hard down the ground. That should just be a single and will just be one. A little bit surprised they haven't gone to Hannah Lantier at the back end here. I just think Lantier with that sort of tail in and stump to stump fast bowling would have been an enterprising option, but gone with the spin. Top ball. Another dot ball. So spin being the option Delata went for. It looks like she wins. Good decision. Only one off the first 3 balls of the 48th over. And now bowled. Well, AVB, full straight. You miss, I hit. And another wicket goes. All of a sudden, Scotland in danger of not having the big finish they were after. And AVB picks up her first. Later showing me why she's the national captain. I would have gone to pace. She just stuck with the spin and it's proving the trick. As another wicket goes. So walk back for the skipper, but I'm sure we'll see her a little bit later today with the ball in hand. It's been a innings of starts for a lot of these batters with no one going on to the big score, and yeah, they'll sort of feel, or they'll review this game at some point, Scotland, and probably say just one of those 4 batters that made some good starts. If they had gone on to make the 50-60, it probably does turn it into a 240 score. Hasn't been that way though. And some credit to the Netherlands bowlers for always just keeping them honest. It's a new player makes her way to the crease. This is Olivia Bell, who you'll definitely see bowl some right arm off spin a little bit later. A very good bowler. Coming out at number 10. A little bit of a job to do here with still 14 balls left in the innings. And every run's vital. That one gets away from Delata. I think there was a feather edge on it. So just one to Bell, who's off the mark. go. Top edge, lands in a big pocket of space and will be a dot ball. You just feel that wicket of Fraser in the previous over has taken the air out of this back end at the moment for Scotland. They were looking at 215 only 15 minutes ago. Now, maybe only 190. The over is complete. 182 for 8. Just to remind you, when these two teams played earlier in the week, Netherlands chased this very score, 183, I believe it was. It might be wrong. Might have been a 1 or 2 runs wrong, but 183. And then they chased that 190 versus PNG, just 9 wickets down, 7 wickets down versus Scotland. It will test the Netherlands. I think we've got a very, very good afternoon of cricket coming up. Wide down the leg side. Bit of the fake appeal, I think, trying to fox the umpire. Had it touched a bit of pad? Don't think so. Interesting enough, the umpire's in purple, same colour as Scotland. There you go. Breaking news. There's that slow ball. Yeah, thanks, Nathan. It was 180 exactly. So it's going to be a familiar sort of chase. It's a familiar sort of feeling. If you didn't get to watch the chase versus PNG, they were chasing 191 and also did that 9 down. So this is right in that sort of even zone, you'd have to say. So that one is hit nicely to mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding and dot ball. Scotland will obviously rue the fact a little bit that Fraser got out, but it's not against Fraser. Was trying to do the job for her country. These things happen. They did recover well, Scotland. There was a moment in this first innings where you thought they could be bundled out. That is timed down the ground from Watson for 1. Yeah, that's a good point from Nathan Hawley, saying Netherlands have had to field an extra 10 overs. Also played a game yesterday. So that's crunched by Bell straight to mid-off for a single. Now a couple of spectators getting scared of the camera. It's okay. Yeah, the fitness will be questioned here, and a lot of work for Netherlands, who played a full 50... Oh no, sorry, what am I talking about? Scotland did play a full game yesterday. So their fitness will be questioned as well. To then go back-to-back in hot conditions is not easy. But to be fair, looking at how well this Scottish team warm up and prepare, and I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be raring to go. I think the key to the success, for me, I think their spinners are very consistent. I think Hawley, Bell, Fraser, Carter will do what they do. They'll take some wickets to keep tight. It'll be up to their pacers. I think their pacers will have to have a good day, just like yesterday. Another slow ball. Well watched from Bell. As that's the over complete. 49 overs down. 185 for 8. Yeah, I think Fontaine-La, obviously Chloe Abel and Chiteri. If those three can have a good day with the ball, the seamers, it just helps Maxud, Olivia Bell, Darcy Carter, Saskia Hawley, Catherine Fraser. It just helps the balance. So that's something I'll be looking out for in the second innings as we get to the final over of the first innings. Big appeal, full straight. Watson goes, tried the reverse. Again, probably too tall in the shot, if anything. Doesn't get low to play it and has to go. Watson out for 9. AVB cashing in at the back end. 185 on the board now, and you just feel that Scotland have probably left themselves 15 short here of where they were. They recovered well. They were in a good position with 2 set batters and probably should have made 200, but it is what it is. That's the game. And credit for Netherlands sticking with it. Lynch came back, picked up the birthday girl Chiteri. As Willing came back, got Fraser, and then the lower order just hasn't been able to have a little cameo just yet. As the last batter coming out to the middle is Gabriella Fontenla. I was speaking to her father the other day, who's at the ground actually. Nice to meet him, and yeah, he's enjoyed all the cricketing action and very happy to watch his daughter play for Scotland. So, last wicket, 5 balls remaining, every run. Very crucial. And very good from Fontenla. Good batting. I think at this stage, to be fair, any bat you go, every run so vital. And that takes them to 186. Bell on strike. Any edge runs away here. Just some bat on it. Good. Good batting from Bell. Another run, 187. Bit of an appeal there from Babette Delato. I think Fontenla definitely in the crease. So I've got that as 2 balls remaining in this first innings. 187 on the board. Another score in that 180 to 190 region. Unbelievable. And bowled. AVB takes a third. Fontenla has to go. And credit to the Dutch. They finished the last 4 overs the better of the 2 sides after a very impressive partnership from the Scottish middle order pairing of Chiteri and Fraser. And overall, interesting. I just feel this is interesting. I think I was asked earlier, who do I think will win? I reckon this is going to go right down to the wire. And once again, a very even contest between these 2 teams with bat and ball as the players make their way off for the lunch interval. 187 bowled out in the end. Scotland will feel they've maybe 15, 20 short of where they should have been. However, there was a stage early where they were 5 for not many. Looking at the scorecard, Hawley 43, cameos all through the middle, Fraser 39. But credit to Netherlands to sticking with it. AVB with 3 wickets. I think Caroline de Lange 1 wicket, but the big wicket of Hawley in a good economy. Seegers took 2, Eva Lynch took 2, and a run out in there as well. We got game on in Amstelveen. So it's currently 1:55 p.m. local time. It's usually about a 40-minute delay, as we will be back in around 40 minutes. I'm off for a bit of water and some lunch, but do join us back for what will be a very interesting run chase. It is a bye for now. Hello everybody and welcome back to VRA Amsterdam. We're here for the second innings of this 50 over encounter. There's plenty on the line for these countries, both with an opportunity to potentially go to a 50 over global qualifier. And it is Babette Delator opening the batting with Phoebe Malcolm-Ball. 100 and I believe, I'm just looking at 188 is the target. So will they be able to get themselves there, or can Scotland take some wickets early and ruffle some feathers in this batting lineup? As the players have made their way to the middle, it's been an interesting sort of day so far. Scotland had a lot of starts with the bat, no one going on for the big score, however. I think they'll take their score of 180, 187. They'll feel, if they bowl well, they'll definitely be in with a shot to win this game. Yeah. So we're all set to go. Looks like the opening bowler, Gabriella Fontaine-Lar, will start. Babette Delator on strike. Here we go. Fourth ball in the run chase. Well bowled right in behind that Delator. Nice technique. And, well, it gives me an opportunity to welcome back everyone in the chat. I hope you're doing well. It's been fun interacting with you in the first half of this game. Obviously, plenty on the line and two very good teams, evenly matched teams, it feels like. And some very good signs here from Fontaine-Lar, who's getting that ball to swing lavishly. Netherlands have been almost flawless this week. They've won 3 from 3. They've shown glimpses with the bat how good they can be. Have had a couple of little collapses as well. They'll be desperate for someone in the top order to bat deep here. So, positive looking stroke, and yeah, just for a minute there, Malcolm-Ball backing up a little bit too far and was made to stretch back. Good start from Fontaine-Lar. Looks like she's got the radar right. But yeah, big game of cricket this. We all know what's on the line. Good to see Isaac in the chat. Thanks for the compliment, Isaac. It's a good batting wicket, but the spinners will definitely come into play. It's that one. It sort of scoots along. In the air and caught. It's a massive wicket in the context of this match. A full ball and Fontaine-Lar gets the breakthrough. Delator itching to get going. Timed it pretty nicely but picked out mid-wicket. And a very good catch at mid-wicket. I'm not too sure who it was. I think it might have been Olivia Bell. Try and confirm that for you. But a massive wicket in the context of this match and 50 over rankings. Delator out for a duck. And Netherlands, early trouble. Well bowled to Fontaine-Lar. I said before, I think the paces for Scotland might determine today. But that is massive. Babette Delator is a seriously good player, but unfortunately went for the on drive and has to go. Was caught by Bell. Very, very good catch from Olivia Bell, who's hunting there at mid-wicket. She's just off the corner of your screen there on the right, just on the right. Came charging in, stopped her feet and takes a good catch, as it does mean new player to the crease, ABB. It's a big appeal. The umpire has a very good look at it. Not too far away, you know. And it's going to be a wicket maiden to start. So, over complete and dream start for Scotland. Netherlands lose their captain. Score is 1-0. So it does look like Olivia Bell, who just took that fantastic catch, has been trusted with the ball now. Very talented opening bowler. Right arm off spin, but very consistent. Went length and line. Malkenborg, who made her first international 50 the other day, the young 19-year-old, bit of a breakout innings, is going to be on strike. And, well, really big couple of overs coming up early here. That one stays a tad low. Malkenborg showed a lot of character and sort of guts to bat basically the whole innings the other day versus PNG and take her team pretty much over the line until the very last run was needed. This will be a different test for Malkenborg, starting against the Scottish lineup. Very good team, very consistent. Nice shot off the hip, but well fielded there at square leg, so it's going to be a top ball. Nice start here from Bell, as I'm pretty sure that was an A380, came sailing over our heads. Nice shot from Malkenborg to get off the mark, and the runs finally get ticking over for the Netherlands. 1 to the total. Score at the end of 2 is 1 for 1, and well, you just feel that wicket have delayed her. Does set the Netherlands right back. She's a very quick scorer as well. We've had plenty of interaction today. A lot of people tuning in from all over the globe to watch this one. It's been a good day of cricket. Very warm conditions here in Netherlands today. I was talking to some of the players at the halftime break while everyone got a bit of food. Just a quick shout out to VRA Cricket who are hosting us. Lovely lunches, and to all the catering staff. Really a big thank you for everything they're doing for all the players and everyone working this event. Yeah, talking to some of the players, they said it's pretty warm, but there is a nice breeze out there, so it's not unbearable. Fontanella's over, second over for her. And right on the money. Seems to have some very good rhythm today. So that one is well run down to third. That could potentially be a boundary. It will be a boundary. Nice shot there from Malkenborg, who just let the ball come under the eyes and runs it down to third. I was just about to say I'm a little bit perplexed with this field. A lot of covers in place. But I do think Fontanella's getting a lovely bit of swing here. I think you could bring out one of those extra covers and put them in slip. You can see there. Short cover, extra cover, another wide cover as well. I think once the ball dies down and there's no swing, I can understand, but obviously Maxud, the captain of Scotland, feeling something, bit of a hunch maybe. some really nice movement there from Fontenla. Definitely got the rhythm up today. This is the quickest I've seen her bowl this series, and I don't want to jinx it. Hasn't bowled a wide yet. Really honing in a good area. Full of delivery. Malcolm Ball times it nicely, but stop there at wide mid-on from Chicheri. Feeling a bit disappointed there, Malcolm Ball. That was an opportunity to score. Oh, this time a full toss, and Malcolm Ball isn't going to miss out on that. That's a lovely cricket stroke. So the shackle's broken a little bit in this over from Malcolm Ball. Gets a big full toss and isn't going to miss out on that. 2 boundaries in the over. And the score after 3 is 1 for 9. So, Olivia Bell to continue. This is going to be a big test for this Dutch team throughout the innings. The consistent spinners of Scotland, who are very miserly. That's a nice looking stroke for no reward. AVB's had an interesting week. Bowled really well, but hasn't had the runs she would have liked, batting at number 3. That'll help getting off the mark. Just ease the confidence a little bit. And 1 run there. Good question from ABB in the chat asking, how much is the landing planes distracting the players? Not much, to be fair. It's Schiphol Airport's 15 minutes away. You do hear it passing over from time to time, but players seem pretty okay getting on with it. Oh, and slips one through and picks up a wicket. Malcolm Ball today was looking for that pull shot. It probably wasn't there, and 2 big early wickets. Bell is rewarded for being consistent. And Scotland, they're very happy indeed. Score is 10 for 2. And the Netherlands, well, they're feeling the pinch now. 180 looks a long way away. So a couple of early wickets here for Scotland, put them in dreamland. Netherlands lose 2 very important batters, and here comes the third, Robina Reich, who has been in red-hot T20 form, hasn't been able to bring that into the 50s just yet, but has an opportunity here and plenty on the line for her and her country. It's going to be a tough test against Bell. First ball to Robina Reich, and boy, that's a nice shot. Brilliant fielding from Maxsood, who gets a hand on it. But Reich will start with the 2, and you just feel that Robina Reich, if she bats 30, 40 minutes. He's a very quick scorer, very quick between the wickets, but a long way to go. Good to see some questions in the chat. Looks like we've got a question from Phenom Struck, which I'll get around to in a moment. That one just pushed into the offside. There's the over. As another plane comes overhead. I'll let the plane go and then I'll get into the questions. 3 overs down, 12 for 2. Yeah, so question in the chat from Phenom Strike. Hello, Phenom. Interesting name. Just asking about any new young players from each team that in this series have stood out, and potentially in the men's series that's just started. I'd say for obviously on the women's front, we're watching a women's game, so let's focus on them. I actually think Olivia Bell, the right arm off spinner, but also Catherine Fraser, I hadn't seen much of. I think very destructive with the bat and a very good off spinner as well from Scotland. I think Vicky Araya was pretty impressive for me with her off spin as well with PNG, and very good in the field. And for the Netherlands, Malkenboer, who was just dismissed, it's a big wicket. She's coming of age at 19 and stood out for me as a potential long-term solution as an opener. So there's a couple of the ladies that definitely I think have stood out this series and are quite young and coming through. And well, I'll give you the men another day when I'm commentating the men in a few weeks. As that ball is defended into the leg side. This is another young bowler, Fontainela, who's arguably bowling her best spell of the series right now, and what a time to do it for her country. Got the big wicket of Delader. The Dutch desperate for a partnership now. Really, really well bowled. Just getting that ball to go. Another reason why I think if they had the choice, maybe get that slip in. A lot of fielders in the cover, but there's a lot of away swing here. Even that ball there, thickish sort of outside edge for one. So Rabina Reich on strike, and her first taste of facing pace today. That one down the leg side. Good movement there from the keeper, Watson. Nice shape again. Well watched this time from right. Looks like getting some late movement when she gets it right, Fontainela. Again, really good movement from Fontainela. Rabina Reich watching that pretty closely go by. Doesn't want to throw hands in it just yet. She is an aggressive player. Oh, gee, that's nasty. I hope she's okay. There'll probably be a bit of a timeout here because it was a big full toss and it's a top edge right in the grill. Looks like Rabina Reich is okay, but I imagine there's going to have to be a bit of a check here because that was quite forceful. As there will be. It is called a no ball. So a little bit of a delay here while they would probably have to do a concussion test and double check the helmet. I think Rabina Reich will sort of feel she's okay. Good to see. She's got a smile on her face there. I think she'll sort of feel she might have missed out on a couple of runs, if anything. So you can see George just running a little bit of a test there for the physio for the Netherlands and probably asking what day is it? Monday. Hopefully she answers, and just the correct protocols in place here. And I'll definitely double check the helmet just to make sure there isn't any sort of indentation or something wrong with it. Otherwise that will have to be replaced as well. But looks like we're A-OK, and that's good. No one wants an injury. Also, the next ball's a free hit, so probably want to be there for it. So it looks like we're getting back to the action, and thankfully we're all good to proceed. You see Rabina Reich there getting herself reset, and it's a free hit, so gets an opportunity here to try and cash in. Just a bit of a pause there as the fielder was still moving into position. So a bit of a break, but it is a free hit still. Hits it hard through the offside. That's a great response, and that'll be 4. Lovely shot. 4 more to the total. The free hit is cashed in on, and the over is complete. 19 for 2. So we get back to the action now. It's going to be Olivia Belt, the evergreen belt, who has this very good knack of just landing the ball in the right spot over and over again. Pretty circumspect that time from AVB. Phenom struck, mentioning here is Swilling. Yes, Swilling we've talked about a lot in the previous few series. She's a star player. She'll be looking out to bat at number 5, I'd imagine, in this lineup. sort of feel that Bell is pretty happy to operate here to AVB. AVB all week has been getting a bit stuck at the crease about how to sort of lift that tempo a little bit. Eventually, we'll have to take some educated risks against this Scottish bowling lineup. They do have an array of spinners that will bowl very, very stump to stump and won't offer you much. Slight change in the field. Looks like deep, well, cover is moving to deep cover. There's another very forceful drive, but it will be yet another dot ball. And, well, I think there's one more left in the over. I thought there was one ball left in the over. The umpires have called over. Maybe I've got my counting completely wrong. In the end, it is called over. So 19 for 2 after 6. So Fontainebleau to continue. Just down the leg side that time. A little bit of pad on the way. Big full toss and, well, right, misses out maybe this time, just tapping it for one. I think Fontainebleau is definitely a bowler that they're going to look to work with over the next few years. Obviously, an extended spell here. Doesn't have perfect control yet, but definitely signs of a player for the future. It's good batting. Nice little tick off the hip. Another one to the total as we cross over 2,000 live viewers. I'm sure a lot of people watching from all over the world knowing the weight of this match and plenty going on. Oh, and there's the ball. There's where she needs to be. And Scotland still don't operate with this slip. Oh, they'll be dreading if there's a little edge through there. That was feeling for the ball from Reich. Still a bit tentative, maybe due to the wickets on the scorecard. Doesn't want to throw the hands at it. This one down the leg side and, well, not capitalised. AVB probably should have gone there. There was an extra run. A little bit of momentum slowly building for the Dutch. This is such a crucial partnership in the context of the game. Everest-Villing listed to come out at 5. We know they bat to 6, 7, 8, 9, but really someone in the top order has to go deep. That is, again, another delivery. Gets away from the keeper where AVB could have got a run. These are the little things to help your partner get off strike. They've got those 3 or 4 in the extra covers, but when Fontainebleau gets it right, really is going still. Lovely swing. Right in behind that one, Rabina Wright. As the call is over, pretty good over in the end from the Scottish seamer. So we're going to continue with the spell from Bell, who's picked up the big wicket of Malkinbore and tying things up from one end at the moment. There's a positive stroke from AVB, but straight back to the bowler. Look, there's no worry about the rates or anything like that just yet, but as a batter, you do want to get a couple away, get some rhythm into your innings. I think when we look at the opener from Scotland, Hawley, she would have skipped down the crease and used her feet a couple of times, and something some of these batters this week can definitely work on. Well, there we go. That's better. Did skip down the crease and showed some intent there. Doesn't get the result, but good to see the change up from AVB. This time just pushed away through backward point. Scotland on top at the moment. They've kept the power play in check. Netherlands will know that. And it's not going to get easier. Some very good bowlers still in the shed. Well, there's a loose ball. Finally, an AVB catches in. And finally, something going to the Dutch top order batter. Did charge down the ground, but it was probably the first loose ball Bell has bowled this spell. And it gets dispatched for 4. Straight back on the money from Bell. Good comeback. 4 overs from her. 1 for 8. Very good figures in the power play. And 8 overs complete. Overall, the score 26 for 2. So it looks like we're going to get our first bowling change of the day. It's going to be the birthday girl, I was informed a little bit earlier, Chatterjee, and good luck to her. She bowled well yesterday. She batted well earlier in this match and now trusted with the ball. Definitely looked to have good rhythm yesterday versus PNG. Be looking to bowl a good spell once again here. There's 2 overs left in the power play. Starts with one down the leg side. Right on the money. Now into potentially a bit of rhythm to bowl probably 2-3 over spell, maybe 4. They've got Chloe Abel, who's waiting in the wings, waiting to see her bowl. She bowled extremely well yesterday as well to PNG. And then you've got the spinners, Darcy Carter, Hawley, Fraser and Maxood, the captain, all waiting in the wings. And there is the edge. It flies past Watson, and I think that's an opportunity missed. That probably should have been caught. Keeper caught leg side of the ball. But for me, it's the field setting as well. They've been very good this week, Scotland. But they've been opting with this extra fielder in the covers. And I just feel like there's been a lot of plays and misses. A bit of luck there for the Dutch batter, Riker. Watson a little bit late to move. And 4 runs to the total. So will that come back to haunt them? We'll have to wait and see. right in behind the next one. Yeah, I think just a little bit guilty there, unfortunately, the Scottish keeper, of staying a little bit leg side or moving to the leg side of where the ball was going to go. I'm sure she'll hold her hand up and want to take the next one. Good keeper. And Riker right in behind it at the moment. I think Scotland will know as well that probably Riker and Zwilling are the two, with Lynch right down at number 9, who bat at a very good tempo usually. They'll know she's the big wicket. And it's well bowled. Pretty decent over so far. So we have one ball left in this first over. There was a bit of an edge. It's been a pretty good first over. Well bowled. That one just a little bit fuller. As the umpire shouts over, 9 overs are complete. And the Netherlands in a spot of bother at 31 for 2. So, 2 for 31, 31 for 2, depending where you're watching from. You sort of feel very important moments in the game. There's the players in the dugout, sweltering heat today, so they'll be getting a bit of respite after their bowling innings. And they're going to stick with Belt, which I think is a good option. Been bowling very nicely indeed. Right on the money once again. Just consistent to have an opening bowler that can bowl 5 in a row and not go for many. Always nice to have. Again, well bowled, pushed into a pocket of space, but they don't take the one. Just feel like sometimes AVB starts the over a little bit more passive and then tries to play catch up. Maybe it's better to go the other way, put the pressure on the bowler at the start of the over. But to be fair, bowling very consistent, not offering anything for AVB to get away. Comes down the ground. That's a lovely shot, and that might go for 4 as it breaks through the inner ring. Chatterjee couldn't get there, and, well, it does go for 4. That's better signs from AVB, who has been a little bit stuck to the crease, but the few times has shown the ability to go down the wicket. Has got 2 4s for her trouble. And it's a really nice cricket stroke there. Sparing dive and 4 to the total. And then a little bit of a late cut dab. It's a fast outfield. Rabina Reich's quick, but not that quick. They'll just settle for the 2. So a mini recovery is on at the moment after 2 early wickets. The power play is complete, and the Netherlands have gotten themselves to 37 for 2. So, pro. So Zwilling, first delivery, nice little shot there, clipped away through fine leg for 4. Rabina Reich out. The previous delivery, LBW hit in front, going on to hit the stumps. Scotland in control at the moment. Netherlands, well, don't know what's on the line, and they'll sort of feel we're still in with a shot, but desperately need a partnership now to sort of start blossoming in the next half hour. Looks like the Scottish seamers have just sort of found their mojo in the last few days of this series. Hit the line to lengths pretty well. ...140 runs probably feels like a long way to go. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Zwilling, and that will actually go for 4. Well, good signs from the tall Dutch batter. 2 boundaries to start her account. Always looks a lot more solid when the ball is coming onto the bat, does Zwilling. So a successful over there for Scotland at the end of 11, 45 for 3. There's nothing wrong with the rate for the Netherlands. Naturally, it's easy to go at 4.5 on this outfield. It's the wickets column. That will be the one. So change in the bowling. Looks like Maxud, the skipper, said, time for me to have a little bit of a trundle, and gets her opportunity now. Bowled very well this series, and another good leg spinner on show out of these 3 teams in the Tri-Series. Be wanting one more good spell today. Slight appeal. Just a slight appeal, an inquiry if anything, but not to be the one. Every now and then can give you the low full toss, does Maxu, but it's picked up wickets from it as well. It's a bit of a drag down. It's a nice looking shot. Hit out to Darcy Carter, who will do the mopping up. 1 run to the total. And these 2 minimum need to get the score to 80. If they can put on 35, it'll be 3 for 80. That'll leave us with a bit of a tantalising finish, you feel. Top ball for Zwilling. Zwilling still always working on her batting hard. The Dutch genuine all-rounder. Always looks a bit more comfortable versus the pace, but has the ability to hit the long ball versus spin. That's actually quite a nice looking stroke. It's going to find mid-on though, just for a dot. Good bit of flight there from Maksud. Do wonder if Zwilling has been given a bit of a licence to back her own ability and get on with it. Does suit her game. It's a very, very full delivery. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Swept around the corner. They'll think about two. Darcy Carter's probably the one fielder you don't want to take the risk on. So they'll just take a single as the over is complete. Not a bad start from Maksud. Now Lynn's still in a spot of bother, trying to fight back their best. 47 for 3. As it looks like drinks have been called. So a quick drinks is quite warm today. I'm going to duck out for a quick drink myself. So, welcome back. A bit of a drinks break for all the players. It's very warm conditions. I've mentioned a few times, plus 30 today. As the players have made their way back to the middle. And Netherlands in a spot of bother at 47 for 3. The rate's okay. The wickets column isn't okay. Scotland, credit to them. They've bowled very well. And they'll know a couple more wickets here. Probably really swing this game pretty far in their direction. First ball after the drinks interval. Shot. Save them. 4. Well, one of the shots of the day. It was a bit of a loosener after drinks, and Zwilling says thank you very much. Crunches that through the covers. That made a beautiful noise off the bat. So Ford is Willing. That brings up the 50. Good comeback delivery from Chatterjee there. Nice signs early for Ira Swilling at the start of her innings. Has already struck away 3 boundaries. Always looks a lot better when she's being very aggressive and showing that intent. Not that time. Pretty full delivery in the right area. Top ball. That one, bit of an adventurous appeal to be fair. Going down the leg side by quite some distance. Bit fuller though from Chatterjee, just changing the length a little bit. It's Willing, sweating on anything short. Thickish inside edge. That's the length you want to be to Zwilling. Just that tad fuller, asking her to drive early in her innings. Thickish inside edge rolls to Olivia Bell there, I'm pretty sure, at mid-wicket. Don't think we're too far away from seeing maybe Chloe Abel have a spell, and Darcy Carter must be getting close to a spell also. Clipped really nicely from Zwilling. They've moved fine, a bit finer. So that would just be a single. And a big shout from over from the umpire. Another over complete here. 13 overs down, 52 for 3. I think this is quite a good matchup and a good contest between Zwilling and Maxud. Maxud probably spins it the most out of the Scottish bowlers and gives it a fair bit of flight. Zwilling traditionally likes to be positive and even go over the top on occasion. And bang, Maxud wins the contest. It's just chipped straight back and Zwilling has to go. It's neither under or neither over. A sort of in-between shot. And that really puts Scotland in the driver's seat now. 52 for 4. Zwilling will rue the fact that it was not the type of shot you want to see. Either you smack it hard along the ground or you go and try elevator. It was neither either. And Scotland right now are in dreamland. A win here would win the series and potentially even take them to the 50-over global qualifier. That scorecard as well, it's not as if, with no disrespect to the rest of the order, there isn't more batting, but you'd have to say some of the bigger mainstays with the bat for Netherlands are back in the shed right now. Robina Reich, Babette Talater, Ira Swilling, and even newcomer Phoebe Malkinball with the bat, all in the shed. It's going to have to take some sort of lower order resurgence to win this. And up to her, Maxud, who's had a very, very good tournament, just takes another wicket. Has this happy knack of picking up wickets as the Scottish skipper. You have to wonder, where do Netherlands go from here? They need somebody to get in and to really play probably their best ever innings for the country. Abtaha just showing there again, getting some good purchase off the surface. Oh, good delivery. That one really spinning. Vancouver trying to be positive, but very lucky to still have an off stump. It's a nice looking shot. That'll be a single for Vancouver and 1 run to bring AVB back on strike, who's been there for a while watching everything unfold. They've still got some very dangerous off spinners to come into the attack, though. Scotland. There's a dot ball, a successful over for Scotland. 6 wickets left now, and only 14 overs have been bowled. That scorecard not up to date just yet. So it looks like Catherine Fraser, who wasn't used yesterday with the ball, gets the nod here. We're going to see some right arm off spin. Very talented bowler, Fraser. And similar in a way to Olivia Bell, doesn't give much away to score on. On the money, straight up. And the Dutch batters need to be very careful about going too far back. Don't want to get stuck on the crease here. That one just jarred down into the offside. Well, there's a loose ball. Very uncharacteristic by Fraser, but can only be hit for 1. Lovely shot from AVB. That wasn't too short. Another single. I guess that's where we're at in this game. These two will probably try and grind it out over the next 10 to 15 overs. Not lose another wicket's probably the most important thing. If they can even get in the next 15 overs sort of that 46 runs, 3 and over, but don't lose a wicket. Leave themselves a runner ball for the last 15 overs with wickets in hand, then you never know. But it is all catching up needed to do by the Netherlands. That's a nice looking stroke out through backward square leg for another single. So 3 runs off this over, exactly what we're talking about. 3 off the over, do that for a while and then reassess in 30 minutes as the over is complete. 15 overs down. The score is 56 for 4. So Maksud to continue. Yeah, that's a bit of a peach, a little bit of an inquiry, but no bat involved there. Maksud seems to have found some very good rhythm early in this spell. Big wicket of Iris Willing. Big appeal. Umpire says a little bit of bat on that one. Just saving Van Koolwijk, who just gets stuck on the crease a few times. There again, looking to cut that away. It's probably not the right length. Very full. That one drifting down the leg side. Signalled wide by the umpire. The conditions at the ground are still nice for batting. The pitch is true. The outfield's quick. Just about a player trying to get themselves in here. Very flighted delivery. Well, there's a positive shot, swept around the corner. One more run to the total. Some good feet there from AVB, but it finds mid-wicket. And it'll be a dot ball, so over complete as the rebuild is on. 16 overs bowled by Scotland. 4 wickets down, 58 on the board. Still no Chloe Abel used just yet, and some other bowlers lurking in the shadows. I'm sure it's probably a bit of a twitchy dugout over there in the Netherlands camp. There's that one, playing it from the crease. Fraser just trying to sneak it under the bat here. A little bit shorter, rolls round with it. Might think about 2. Clean pickup out there on the boundary as it just goes for 1. Something small building here for the Netherlands. Last few overs, 4, 3. Just need to keep that going for a good while longer, you'd imagine. Scotland will note from the other day as well, the last 5 wickets from the Netherlands actually put on 100. So they'll be making sure they stay right on top of their game. Nice shot, clipped away, just the one. Oh, that's a loose shot from Van Koolwijk. Very lucky not to be caught and bowled there. I think that was just flighted up and bit of a concentration break. Still a long time to go. 33 overs after this one. Over called by the umpire. Another over down. 60 for 4. So Maksud to continue. Oh, full toss and almost would have been an amazing caught and bowled from Maksud. It was hit pretty hardly from AVB and gets the hands up. Actually saves 4, but what a catch that would have been. And goes back to that miserly sort of length. But yeah, that is a seriously good effort from the Scottish skipper. Saves 4 runs. Wouldn't be worried about the catch. That would have been 1 in a million. AVB, there's a single there. Sort of not too pleased with the shot, but it went wide of mid-off and just hesitated. Just this tentative sort of prod is costing them a couple of runs. AVB a little bit confused whether to be ultra aggressive or just pat the ball. That was a full toss again. Another one. If they could have simply moved their feet a little bit. Maksud just getting away with being able to flight the ball right under the batter's eyes. That one down the leg side, clipped away, but it'll just be the single as Carter will do the mopping up once again. I don't think 1 run comes off that over. I think Netherlands missed out on a couple of scoring opportunities. Nevertheless, no wickets at least. 61 for 4. So it looks like we're going to have another bowling change here, as it's going to be a bit of Darcy Carter. Right arm off spin, brought into the attack. Very good right arm off spinner. Gets an opportunity now to try and make the breakthrough. AVB uses the feet first ball, but just pats it nicely to mid-on. Probably wants to have a little bit of a look of Carter here. A little bit flatter that time, clipped around the corner. Vancouver's got to go. Does go in the end, 1 to the total. Be interesting. The Netherlands target the right arm off spin of Carter, or are they just at the moment happy to work through this very difficult period? There's a big juicy full toss and hit straight to the fielder. Just think if the Netherlands are going to stay in this game, those full tosses are the ones where minimum a single. Can't get stuck against the bad ball. And being cool like now, 5 off 21. That's better. Letting that one come under the eyes just to run it down through deep cover. And it's a slow rebuild, but the rebuild is definitely on here. Nice start from Carter. And Kulvike, for me, just seems like a player that wants to favour that cut shot often. Definitely in the off-season, I think we'll be working on coming down the crease to change the lengths of the bowlers. Oh, bonus runs here for Netherlands. Well, every run counts. And they'll get back for 2 byes, I believe. Just a little bit of a bonus. Release a little bit of pressure. Little gains from these two. If they can get it to 88 between these two, it leaves 100 for the rest. You see there, that ball there is not a ball to go back to and try cut. And Kulvike just got to get it forward and trust that ability. Shown the ability to play the sweep shot also. But that's neither. It's not a sweep, it's not a drive, and has to go. So Maksud just was allowed to bowl full and straight, and in the end will eventually get through. Scotland in complete control. So we're back to the action after a little bit of a drink break as Darcy Carter will continue. Maksud, Maksud, the skipper, taking another wicket. And Overdyke comes out to the middle with a lot of work to do. Nice looking shot there from AVB. Finds the fielder there. So 65 for 5. If they were to go on and win from here, the Netherlands, it'd be a special afternoon for them to pull it out the hat. Big appeal. That's pretty close, you know. Maybe slipping down the leg side. Must have been close though. So one pushed into the leg side. Dot ball. Flighted delivery, hit well to Maksud, who has to run to her left, and they'll get through for a single. That'll bring Overdyke on strike for her first delivery. Overdyke starts with a dot as Scotland really turned the screw on the Netherlands at the moment. 21 overs are complete. 66 for 5. Maxud to continue. Amazing figures from the leg spinner. 2 for 6 off 5.1. Just dropped into the leg side. That's better. A single there to the total. Overdyke, good handy batter to come in at number 7. Quite a busy cricketer. Doesn't like to be bowled to. Will be pretty proactive. There's a 1 there. AVB just getting stuck at that non-striker's end. Overdyke's call, and Overdyke wanted the 1. Just a bit hesitant in the running in this innings so far, Netherlands. Obviously, the wickets column hasn't helped that. Every run could be crucial, though. Not yet even at the halfway stage of this chase. Such a long time to go. But you have to feel that someone from the Netherlands is going to have to play probably their greatest ever innings for the country if they are to somehow get close to this total. Maxud just loses her footing a little bit there. Amazing, amazing figures. 2 for 7, a 5.5 on a flat pitch. Gets that one to really bite. Probably the biggest spinning delivery of the day. 6 overs to Maxud. Wowee, 2 for 7. I'd be tempted to let Maxud bowl through here. If they're not going to take a risk, let her continue on over complete. Scotland in control here in VRA Amsterdam. 67 for 5. So another over, starts with a dot ball. That one, a little bit more positive, just tucking it off the hip for 1. It's a dream scenario for the Scottish spinners, bowling to batters who are right under pressure. Spinners can get into their work. There's a full toss. We've been saying they need to cash in on these, and that's a nice drive. Finally, the loose ball is put away. A confidence-building drive from Overdyke, and a big cheer from the dugout. They needed that, Netherlands, after a succession of low-scoring overs. They find the boundary. Good comeback delivery from Carter, right back on the money. Well, this over's gone for 5. That's better signs, and I think that's what we're looking for. When you do get that loose ball, it has to be capitalised on. Turns out to be a dot ball to finish the over. More positive one for Netherlands. 72 for 5. So Maksud will continue here, and obviously being the captain makes that decision. It's a very good decision. Bowling extremely well. Oh, there's a confidence building shot from AVB. Using the feet, and this time staying with the shot. We'll get 4 to the total. And that's a bit better from the Dutch number 3. Good intent. So back-to-back boundary overs for the Netherlands will ease some nerves in the dugout. A little bit of bat on that one. Still a long 25 overs, 26 overs after this one. If they can get to that 88 in the next few overs, only 100 to go. This one flicked away. They're not going to miss out on the single this time. Good running. So 5 off this over already. Wonder if will we be in for another very close encounter. It would be great to end the series, or the ODI part of the series, on a high. Well, bowl from Maksud right back into that very strong channel. There's a full toss and misses out. Does Overdyke. Be disappointed to not least hit that to the sweeper for 1. But look, another more positive over for the Netherlands. They've taken the last 2 overs for 5 and 5. 24 overs complete, 77 for 5. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a bowling change, and Chloe Abel, the Scottish seamer who's been held back so far, been watching patiently from the side, gets an opportunity to come into the attack. So will this offer some runs for the Netherlands, or will Chloe Abel be able to have a good spell and maybe take 2 in the spell and really close this game off for Scotland? We'll have to wait and see. I think she bowled really well yesterday. It was her best performance in this ODI series. Seemed to have very good rhythm and good pace. This will be a good test for this Dutch pair. That one clipped away. Nice shot. We'll start as my chair goes flying. There you go. Starts with the 0 for 1. I guess that one thing against pace is sometimes it's a little bit easier to be scoring freely, in the sense you get a couple of balls that hit behind the bat, skew away for a single. You might get a couple of leg buys, a little edge might fly for 4, and then You get a ball with pace on it. Some of these players find it a bit easier to hit the ball with pace on it. Like that. That wasn't really that short, but they've been able to find 2 singles straight away to start this over. That was pretty close. Overdyke opting for a pull shot that was on the stumps. One outside the off stump. AVB just a little bit late on it. Good to see that intent though in the shot. Good touch. That's nice. From the Dutch number 3. 3 singles off this over. So the last few overs have been productive for the Netherlands. A 5, and 3 so far in this one. That takes the scores into the 80s. Next target, get to 90, 88. Kate takes it down to 100 flat to win with half the overs remaining. Another sort of swivel pull shot from Overdyke. It'll be yet another single. And that's what I mean. When the pace is on, only the one ball outside the off stump. The other ball's all straight, and they've been able to get a bit of bat on it to get the singles. So last ball of Abel's first over. And right in behind it, another good over for the Netherlands. That goes for 4. So they've taken 14 off the last 3 overs. And that takes us to the halfway stage of the run chase. 25 overs down, 81 for 5, 188 required for victory. So 107 required. Ignore the bottom right of your screen there. First innings isn't 181, it's 187. So must be an issue with the number 7 in that sort of panel. But it's 188 to win, so 107 runs off 25 overs, 5 wickets remaining. Still have Caroline De Lange, Eva Lynch, who showed they can do it with the bat last time they played Scotland. Maxud to continue 7 overs, 2 for 12. Pretty remarkable, really, to have figures like that on this sort of wicket. Once again, perfect start from Maxud, who's bowled unchanged now in the stifling heat. A little bit of an appeal there. Pretty confident appeal in the end. Umpire just saying, probably not. It's a nice shot from Overdyke, but still a bit stuck on the crease. Maxud's been allowed to bowl very full this whole spell. And has capitalised with a couple of wickets. That hits high on the bat. They'll scamper through for a single. A great call from AVB to get Overdyke to the non-strikers in there. Good teamwork. 1 more to the total. Another dot ball. Maksud is on track here to have some pretty amazing figures by the end of this match. And another over, which only goes for one. Brilliant bowling from the Scottish skipper. 8 overs, remarkably 2 for 13. As the over is complete, 82 for 5. So Chloe Abel, her second over. Nice looking pull shot from Overdyke, who seems pretty comfortable on the sort of swivel pull. On more to the total. Good bit of fielding out there by Jack. Making sure it didn't go to the boundary. I think Abel just a little bit straight at the moment. I think AVB definitely looks a bit more comfortable versus the pace right in behind that. 83 on the board, just eking away these two. Little partnership building. A couple of boundaries between these two in this partnership as well. Again, Abel probably a little bit guilty in this spell of being very straight. The field is set outside off and they've got the fielders in the ring on the offside, so difficult to get dots bowling that straight. You can see 4 fielders on the left of your screen there, all in the ring. The pace is there, just wants to adjust that line a little bit. Oh, it's a tough call. Oh, not a wide for me. Jeez, Chloe Abel's face. I hope that doesn't deter her from bowling outside the off stump, but that never looked like a wide. I think Overdyke was also quite surprised. I think you take what you can get. That was a little bit of luck, I think. This time, a little bit of a rolling off cutter that time, a bit full dot ball. A couple of people in the chat sort of saying who they think's ahead and whatnot. Yeah, I still think Scotland are ahead just due to the names that they have dismissed. Yes, Netherlands pulled out a big last 100 runs with 5 wickets the other day, but hard to do that again. Great Yorker, really well bowled from Abel. Yeah, I think for me, I still think Scotland ahead at this stage. Long way to go for the Netherlands. I don't think the rate will worry them too much at the moment, but they'll feel there's a long way to go. That one down the leg side and nothing called from the umpire. So, well, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. I reckon that one was probably a wide, and I reckon the one earlier in the over probably wasn't. Everything evens out in the end, as it looks like the players will go for a drink, as will I. So we'll be back in a little bit for the next sort of session of play. So welcome back, and it looks like a bowling change coming on from the far end. It's going to be Olivia Bell back into the action with her right arm off spin. A very consistent right arm off spin, being able to dry it up for quite some time. 1 for 14 to her, and well, we've got 23 overs left in this one as that is punched straight to the fielder. They'll set off for a quick single. The throw will come in. There's a little bit of a look, but just 1 run to the total. So Netherlands, with 23 overs to go, need around about 102. These two just steadily building. That's a nice looking cricket stroke. It's in the pocket of space and it'll go for 4. Well, a really good shot of intent from Overdyke. Bell only a touch short, sorry. And that does take the required runs to under 100 for the first time. Overdyke proving to be more than helpful here. 5 off this over already. Needs to be careful though, don't want to play that pull stroke too often, it slips under. Bell does skid them on. Every run these two make it a bit easier for the lower order. Oh, play a miss that time. Slipping past the bat. But a much needed partnership from the Netherlands. These two have done a very good job at just finding the odd boundary at the right time whilst also taking the singles. Oh, AVB's not running. There's an easy run there. Just every now and then gets a little bit stuck at the non-striker's end. But they do go through for the 1. 6 off the over. Only 1 for 5. So it looks like Fraser is going to have a bowl here. Right arm off spin and right arm off spin working in tandem together. And Scotland looking for a couple of cheap sort of overs run through here. Loud call of yes from Overdyke, but AVB stuck at the non-striker's end again. It's a bit peculiar. AVB, it's not her call, unfortunately, and there's a couple of big singles being missed. Just hesitant. Got to trust her partner. Don't think Overdyke is too pleased. That was in the gap. And the next ball stays a little bit underground. These two have added a very, very vital 27. They were 65 for 5 at one stage. I'd love to add another 20 odd. Big shouts of yes straight away and run out. Well, it was bound to happen with these two at the crease. AVB shouldn't have been the non-striker's end anyway. There was a single at the start of the over. And this time hit to cover. Didn't get to see if there was much backing up. A good throw came fizzed in from Carter. And a bit of frustration for the Netherlands. As a big wicket will go. The partnership is broken. I have to say those two were batting well. 27 partnership, but the running between the wickets was lacking. And still a long way to go for the Netherlands to get these runs with only 4 wickets left. So the partnership is broken. Brings out Carolina Delunga to the crease, and Netherlands need another partnership. Unfortunate way to ruin the partnership, but it was just sort of building. There was a few times where there was ones that were knocked back, and I mean the example was the start of that over. There was an easy one that wasn't taken. So anyway, we move on. Delunga's first ball. Can she be a hero again? Looks to guide that one down. Yeah, with 4 wickets to go and a long way to go. It's to almost half the runs. Scotland in the driver's seat currently. It's well bowled. Actually, a little bit of turn there from Fraser. The lower order going to have to play pretty unbelievably here. It's a nice shot from Delunga. Don't think there's 2. They will settle for just the single. So a wicket taking over there for Scotland. The score now 92 for 6. So ball to continue. Well, there's a bit of a late cut. That's running away. Could actually go for 4, you know, fair bit of pace on that. Just pulled inside the rope. Overdyke thinks about coming back for a 3rd. Probably could have on the throw. The throw's wide, but they'll just settle for 2. Positive start from Delunga, who's very good at that sort of cut shot, that late cut. Definitely has her own technique, the lower order batter, the leg spinner for the Netherlands, but proved the other day, was able to get her country home with a very good 30. There's that shot, just looking to run it down to 3rd, but probably a little bit too close this time. I think these two obviously get to the first milestone, get the team to 100, and then it'll be batting in 10s for the last 90 runs. Still just over halfway, the Netherlands. Another play and miss. Over complete. 20 overs to go in this one. 92 required. That asking rate at around about 4.5 now. I don't think the asking rate will alarm them. I think they'll feel, even in the last 10 overs, if they have to go at 5s, or maybe 5.5, they should be good enough to do that if they're looking to score. It's just the wickets column. These two probably need to put on another at least 25 for me. Get it down to 61 before maybe Eva Lynch enters the fray. That's a top ball pushed into the offside. I guess one good thing for the Netherlands. Their lower order have been used this series and have had time at the crease. Not one of those series where the top orders have just dominated. So all the batters have had a bit of a go. And on the other side of the ledger, Scotland will be saying to themselves, one more, just one more, we get ever closer. Oh, that one pushed off the stumps. Lucky to get bat down on that. Overdyke's fighting hard. Oh, it's a little bit of a fumble. DeLunga, very slow to get going, was right back in the crease, barely even backing up, just stopped. It was a loud call. Yes, I'm watching a bit of a replay. As the ball was hit, DeLunga went back into the crease and it was a fumble in the inner ring. Tell you what, if that had been picked up cleanly, that definitely would have been another run out. Just the pressure getting to the Dutch a bit here. Big shout of waiting, and bit of the reason there is pressure, it's Darcy Carter there on the left of your screen. I think she's the best fielder in the Scottish lineup. She's moved back to the boundary now, but you don't want to take on her arm. That one, a little bit wider, left alone from DeLunga. That might have been an option to run that one down to third, one of her favoured strokes. Oh, and an inside edge. That was so close to going through that gate. So the over is complete. Another good over for Scotland, who are just turning the screws and putting Netherlands in a very awkward position. That was a while ago, but that early wicket of Delata from Fontainebleau, well caught by Olivia Bell, just set the tone for this innings for Scotland. But Delata is such a key batter, but scores at such a good rate. And to go for a dunk, the Netherlands have just felt like they're playing catch-up the whole time. That's well bowled. Full and straight. Just that breakthrough in the previous few overs has just taken us back to Netherlands struggling to score. It's another dot ball. The dots are starting to climb up. The pressure is building. You just feel something might give here. It could potentially be a wicket or an Overdike boundary. That'll be yet another dot ball. Nice bully over, top spell. This being from Bell again. Very consistent. Does Overdyke just see this one off and take the maiden or look for the boundary? It's loose, it's in the air, but it's going to land it safely top over from Bell. It's a quick fire maiden. The Netherlands just starting to fall a little bit here. Over complete, 32 overs, 95 for 6. Still 93 required in 18 overs. Those balls coming down or left in the game, starting to get close to the runs required, and Don't think you want your lower order scoring at sixes for the last 15 overs. For the last 10 overs maybe, but not the last 15. So, got to find a way to score. Eva Lynch listed to come next, and she's got genuine power, that's for sure. Fraser. It's in the gap. That's a nice start to the over. They'll get a single. Probably need a good steadying over here. They'll take 4 or 5 off it if they can. Netherlands. DeLunga still favouring that cut shot. If they can get a 4 or 5 run over here and cross that first barrier of getting to 100, little milestone. The dot ball, Overdyke starting to fall behind here, 14 off 40. There's the flighted delivery, the sucker ball, another dot. Right now, this pressure is built. It's about to burst. Either Overdyke's going to find the boundary or be dismissed here. Scotland have created a huge amount of pressure in the last few overs. Still, Overdyke stays content to back her ability and nudge a 1. Problem is, for the Netherlands, it's not like Scotland don't have spin options, and there's a lot of spin left. They could bowl another 17 overs of spin if they truly wanted. And that over will only go for 2. So these are very good overs for Scotland right now. That asking rate slowly creeping up to almost a run a ball. Another over complete, 33 overs down, 97 for 6, 17 overs left in the innings. That means 102 deliveries and 91 runs. As soon as that starts getting to a run a ball, you're going to see some things. And I just think these last 4 overs here have just been very, very pedestrian, even if they could have taken 3 and over or 4 and over. It's going to be more of the same. Olivia Bell. More of the same. Another dot ball. Forceful shot. They go on the hit. Direct hits out by a mile. There was the pressure valve just burst up. There was never a 1 there. And Overdyke's very lucky to still be at the crease. 1 run to the total. Gets away. Maxud will be disappointed not to have hit the stumps. There's an uppish drive. Another dot ball. And another dot ball. Oh, they're leaving a lot of work in the last 15 overs. I still think if they needed a runner ball for the last 10 overs, that's possible. The last 15 to go a runner ball That's really, really tough. There's a more positive, intense stroke, but it's going to be another dot. As Olivia Bell, I think her and Fraser are enjoying this. Really good bowling from the the Scottish spin duo, the two right arm off spinners. Very similar sort of actions as well. And then looks for that favourite cut. Doesn't get it, and yet another over, only goes for one as the hole gets a bit bigger for the Netherlands. Scotland in complete control now, 34 overs gone, 98 for 6. So Fraser to continue. The field is in. Overdyke on strike. Pulled that away. And they'll scamper through for a single. Bit of a wild throw comes in. Good work from Fraser. Interestingly enough, Fraser's come around the wicket here. Now that's curious. Coming back over the wicket this time. There's a cut shot. There's a shot of intent. Boy, they need this to go to the boundary. It will. Well, DeLunga has been sweating on anything short. And this time gets the cut in the gap. And maybe that's a confidence builder for the Netherlands as they cross over the psychological barrier, 100. They won't give up without having at least one good crack at it. That does mean even that shot there now puts Darcy Carter on the rope, which might offer a few more singles. And there it is. There's the single. So just shows what can happen. 6 runs now off this over. They'd love to turn this into an 8 or 9 run over. Just a little bit more momentum. Very interesting to see Fraser come around the wicket to Overdyke. Not too sure why. I actually think it suits Overdyke more, and it gets clipped away nicely. This has some pace on it, you know. Maybe that's a little bit of a blip from Fraser. She'd been bowling over the wicket to Overdyke and had been completely all over her, but has decided to come around the wicket, and I actually think it suits Overdyke's sort of standing pull shot and sweep. And there's the punch out to the sweeper. So Fraser opting to come around the wicket, maybe not the right option. And finally, Netherlands somewhat break the shackles. So last ball of the over. And just pushed into the offside. So a much more positive over for the Netherlands. 9 have come off it, and maybe that is the start of a good little period for them. So a little bit of a break in play there as drinks were run on to Overdyke, and It definitely looked to me like that was a tactical drink. I reckon the coach might have sent a message. Olivia Bell's got one over left. But yeah, that wasn't just a drink for Overdyke. There were some pretty good words or stern words potentially, and you feel like a message has been sent. And I reckon we might see a little bit sort of different batting here now. Last over for Bell. I'd be very curious to know what those words were. We've got 15 overs left, 81 to get, so 81 off 89 is the situation. 81 off 88. As soon as that gets to above a runner ball, for the last 4 wickets, that's not easy. Really isn't easy. They've got to stretch that out as long as they can. Well, that's a nice shot from Overdyke. It's in the gap, and there's a 4. Whatever they said in that super water might work the trick. Lovely shot from Overdyke that time. Probably one of the shots of the day, to be fair. So dot 4. Overdyke just showing, definitely does have the shots in the locker. Not this time, a bit more circumspect. So dot 4 dot. 2 to go. Maybe happy to see Bell finish her spell potentially. One driven pretty firmly into the carpet. Dot ball. That's actually well played. A bit of a late cut this time and a big call of Tway, which means 2 in Dutch. So they'll take that over for 6. That's okay. Overdyke starting to build a little bit of mojo in this innings. Moves on to 26. 36 overs complete. 113 for 6. The last 2 overs have gone for 15, and boy did they need to. And it looks like a change in the bowling. It'll be a bit of seam, and you just sort of feel that this will suit Netherlands a little bit more. It's not been an easy day versus the spin. Chatterjee is going to come back into the attack. The Scottish seam bowler. I believe it's her birthday today, so many happy wishes once again. Now, how do the Dutch go about facing the seam bowling? A little bit more of a spread field. That's one of the first things you notice straight away with the pace. You've got to have that third back, fine leg, deep cover point. Chatterjee be looking for a consistent spell here just outside the off stump, you'd imagine. One push straight to the fielder. Talunga, you can see, staying very, very leg side of the ball. Doesn't want to get across. Well, that is in Talunga's sort of zone. It's going to pick the fielder out. Just 1 run to the total. Pretty nice delivery that. Full and straight. Dot ball. Just one off the first 3 deliveries. This over. Good over for Scotland. So far. Pretty important next 3 deliveries coming up though. There's a bit of a splice. Well fielded, just the one. Now you know what Carolina DeLunga is looking for. She's trying to back away and get that ball through backward point. That's her zone. Strategy is looking to hone in at those stumps and get it through the gate. There's the field. Oh, a little bit of luck for the Dutch batter there. Thick inside edge, just one more. So 3 off the first 5 this over. Field coming in a little bit here. I think they want to try and squeeze another dot or 2. Cover's very tight now. Well, it's a bonus run. We take that. That's now, sorry, 3 off the over now. 4 off the over now. Take another one here. Take the 5 off. I think you take that. Boundary would be very good for the Netherlands, and Scotland just looking for a wicket here. And that one snuck inside the tram line. That is over. 4 off it. I'll give those points to Scotland for that. Over as we conclude another one. 116 for 6. Been a very hot day out here in Amstel Vane, and must be hot out in the middle for these players. Darcy Carter coming back into the attack now that Bell has been bowled out. That's what I mean. Netherlands will have to find a way to combat the spin of Scotland at some stage. Spinners have been on top today. So Darcy Carter coming in for another spell here. 3 overs, none for 8. All the spinners have been economical. Let's see how DeLunga goes about it. Just pushed off about 4th stump. Looking for that shot through the offside. Top ball to start this over. Well, there's that cut shot. Hesitation in the middle. But they do go in the end and they'll get the single. So, slight hesitation, but usually if you go straight away, you'll get there. 1 more to the total. Overdyke on strike. I think Overdyke might try and take a pop here. Mid-on and mid-off are in the ring. Can't have a pop at that. Runs it to 3rd. Another dot ball. 1 off 3 this over. Getting closer and closer, the balls to run ratio. There's a positive shot, straight to Maxud, direct hit's probably gone. And it would have been gone. That pressure built again, but that's the 2nd missed run out from Maxud. So 2 runs off the first 4 deliveries this over. The field will spread a little bit here. Usually signifies that Scotland think they've won the over. Happy to give a 1 and a 1 if it does happen. There is a single. There is another single with the field back, so 4 off that over as well. That'll take us to 38 overs down in this contest. Netherlands haven't given up the ghost just yet. There will be a moment in this game they look to accelerate, I'm sure of that. 121 for 6, 67 required now. And 12 overs to left, so 67 off 72. You'd imagine in the next 2 overs, we might sort of get to that point where it's a runner ball for the last 10. And then really, don't think they can have any quiet overs. They've got to be pretty busy from that point on. So first ball of a new over. I'm going to start with a dot. Overdyke has been there for 60 balls now, 10 overs to herself. She's on 29, still there, fighting hard for the country. That's a lovely shot, just doesn't find the gap. It was pretty well timed, good fielding from Chloe Abel to be able to just keep it to 1. Oh boy, the Netherlands would have loved that one going through the gap. That would have been 4 if it did. Pretty much a runner ball from here. I guess the difference to this game compared to the previous game against Scotland, they always sort of were ahead of the rate. This time they've definitely let it get to a dangerous sort of number for the Dutch. There's an aggressive shot. Well, we've been waiting for something, and it's going to be 4. De Lange takes the risk, and it pays dividends. Over-pitched, and bang, down the ground. Nice cricket stroke as the Netherlands keep on fighting. Also important to remember, at one stage in this game, the Netherlands were 5 for 65. So at that stage, I think everyone once again thought Scotland in control. Scotland is still ahead in this, but at 5 for 65, that was a long time ago. De Lange, 17. Max O'Dowd in the chat as well, co-commentator on day 1 of this series. So I'm sure the Dutch national team, the men, are watching also. Nice shot through the offside. They'll probably just settle for the 1. Darcy Carter to do the mopping up. A more productive over here for the Netherlands. 6 off it so far with the ball to go. Once again, they seem comfortable enough against the pace. It's just trying to get that 5, 6 and over against the spin, which has been difficult the whole innings for them. Do we have another classic on our hands? Right in behind it, Overdyke, offering absolutely the wall. Over complete, another over down here on this warm day in Amstelveen. 127 for 6. We've got 11 overs to go. So 61 required from 66. Still Eva Lynch in the sheds. We know she's a very good player for a number 9. Ridiculous player for a number 9. Batted beautifully the other day. The deeper these two take it, the more comfortable they'll feel. Darcy Carter will continue with this off spin. They were 5 for 65, the Netherlands. They've been fighting hard, sometimes barely moving, but they're still there. Top ball. There's that short ball and well cut away into a pocket of space. They took a chance by keeping cover point up. And just a bit of life in that dressing room now. It was quiet for a while. A couple of boundaries to De Lange. And the Netherlands just will not go away. There is so much on the line for these teams. Global qualifier, more than likely. And just in the last 10 minutes, Netherlands have started to wrestle some of that momentum back. Are we on for a crazy finish? De Lange moves into the 20s. Oh, misses out on one, De Lange. And well, as soon as that ball left Darcy Carter's hand, a big shout of no. Probably the worst ball she's bowled all day, but does get away with it. Chopped into the offside. They go for a quick single, direct hit. Could be trouble, but they'll get through for one. Good call from De Lange. Overdyke responds. 5 off this over so far. 2 balls to go. Be very interested to see who Scotland choose in the last 10 overs as their bowling combinations. Great call. Great call from De Lange, who straight away knew. There's a 1 there. So this over's now 6. With 1 ball to go. We've got a bit of a fight on our hands in Amstelveen. It's sort of been the story of the series. Every time a team seems down and out, they find a way to get right back into it. 7th wicket stand here. That'll finish the over. That's a plus over for the Netherlands. They take it for 6, and that's what's required. 40 overs down as we're going to go for a drinks break. It is 133 for 6. So, welcome back for the last 10 overs of the ODI part of this tri-series between Netherlands, Scotland and PNG. It's come right down to the wire for these two teams. The winner of this match goes on to win the series, but more importantly, there's a lot to play for. Winner of this series is more than likely got a very good shot by the October 31st cutoff to make the global qualifier for the 50 over World Cup. So, without much time left in the calendar and a lot of other teams, women's teams, focusing on T20s, it probably is these 10 overs that will decide who goes to that global qualifier. And that is just this extra layer of pressure on all the players. Netherlands at one stage were 5 for 65 in this chase of 188. But once again, a lower order sort of resurgence has resurrected the innings and given them a shot. Not going to be an easy shot, but they've at least got a shot in the back half. 55 required off 60. 4 wickets in hand. Chateri will bowl. Overdyke 31. DeLunga 23. Series comes down to this. And potentially a global qualifier spot in 50 over cricket. So it's been a pleasure having all the viewers here. It's a blistering hot day. Let's just add that to it. It's plus 30 here in the Netherlands. Back to the action. Here we go. To the drinks break. Help Scotland regroup. Tied up for a little bit of room. Either way, whatever way it does go in this series, it's been a pretty fun one. A lot of close games. For 50 over cricket, we had a 1-1 wicket victory the other day off the second last over. We also had a very crazy chase out of nowhere. Oh, that's a good shot. It's going to find backward point though. Brilliant fielding there. That easily could have been 4. Catherine Fraser is sitting on the ring at backward point and is able to keep it to 1. She's right back on the ring. That was hit with some venom. An interesting one. Third's coming into the ring here. Little edge or anything away as DeLunga looks to always work it in that gap. Slight risky. Chateri will be aiming it in at the stumps. There's a shot. That's a nice looking stroke. Just another single out to deep cover. Darcy Carter doing the mopping up. And the Netherlands straight back into that bubble. These two really are fighting hard. Oh, it's a full toss. It's hit pretty nicely. Well, this could be bonus runs. It's racing away. It's going to be reined in. 2 more to the total. Netherlands still pushing hard here. Maybe lucky to get away with that delivery. Short, wide cut. Oh, what a good catch. Oh, I can't believe it. That's probably the most aggressive shot that Overdyke's played and absolutely laced that to backward point. That is a seriously good catch. Overdyke is in complete shock. It should have been 4. Instead, it's a massive wicket and Scotland just pull away a little bit as the set Overdyke has to go. Oh, what an amazing catch. Wowee. That scorecard looks a little different. A lot of work to do still. Overdyke was a bit of the glue. I wish you got to see that. That, honestly, wasn't just a diving catch to the right. Saving 4. That was hammered. If you hit it upwards, anything can happen. They were 52 for 4, Netherlands. And then They were 65 for 5, 91 for 6, 137 for 7. That breaks a really nice 46-run stand as Eva Lynch makes her way to the middle. What a dismissal. So Lynch is on strike here. Let's have a look at the field, what they're operating with. Eva Lynch, definitely no butt mug with the bat at number 9. One thing about Eva Lynch, loves to play her strokes. There you go, first ball, tries to hammer it through the offside, dot ball. Looks like we've lost camera 1 at the most inopportune moment. That is the end of the over. 4 runs come off it, but a very important wicket. There's Scotland, 9 overs to go, 137 for 7. So camera 1 is back up and running. Yeah, Eva Lynch and Caroline De Lange. This was the partnership the other day that actually stole the game away from Scotland, put on an amazing partnership, and Caroline De Lange ended up in the 30s. Eva Lynch made a quick rapid-fire 25 and they won the game. And no one really expected to see that. They're going to be asked to do it again. I think if another wicket falls, you start to get into a bit more of that tail end. Eva Lynch genuinely is a bat. Caroline De Lange will go about her business, nudging it round the odd cut shot. But Eva Lynch really will try and probably make the runs herself. Maqsood, the skipper, who has been playing a different game today to everyone else. 2 for 13 off 8 on a flatty. Is ridiculous figures. If they go on to win, surely will be player of the match for me. Economical and picking up some really big wickets. So a couple of changes to the field. They've pulled out 45, 2 backward points. That's a good field set to De Lange. Not if you bowl it down the leg side though. There'll be 2 here, you'd imagine. De Lange just shuffling around, and well, they swapped the field, put in the 2 backward points, and then unfortunately Maqsood, just a bit of a loose nut to start her second spell. Bowled 8 on the trot earlier. Do we have another grandstand finish? Good comeback ball from Maqsood. Another very good comeback ball from Maqsood. He says a bit more like it, has found the most purchase off this wicket today, the Scottish captain. That one's pulled away quite nicely, actually. Just a single. I think if they can go 1 and 1 off this over, I don't think they'll be too deterred to take Maqsood for 5. Even if this over went for 4, probably not the worst over for the Netherlands. Change of field, backward point. One of them will come around into 45. Eva Lynch. How does she go about playing against the spin? Aggressively. That's the way she plays. Hit out hard to deep cover and opens her account. Lynch could be the key here at the back end. One thing is, while Lynch is there, don't worry about the rate. She'll definitely go at the rate. Last ball. of the over. Oh, it's an amazing standing sort of sweep. And it will go for 4. That is a ridiculous shot from DeLunga. It was down the leg side, didn't even get low, just hands it. Almost a hockey shot around the corner. And that's the first loosed over from Maksud. It goes for 8. As this game gets down to the wire, ignore that bottom right in your score, and it's 188 to win. What a shot that was. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. I imagine there'd be some of the men's Dutch team as well tuned in, cheering on the women, and same as the Scottish men also. Let us know if you are. And they're going to go back to the very consistent Fraser here. I think it's a good option. I think Lynch is definitely a bit more astute against the pace. 145 on the board. 8 overs to go, which is 48. 43 off 48. 3 wickets left for a spot potentially at the global qualifier. For me, Scotland still with their noses ahead, but amazing fight back from Netherlands. Oh, Lynch looking to back away and cut this hard. Look, Lynch is going to live and die by the sword. Might expose the stumps here, but he's going to try lace this through the covers. High risk, high reward cricket. There's an aggressive pull shot. That's the way she plays. You got to admire it from your number 9. It paid off the other day when she took her team to an ODI victory. Just going out there and really trying to give it a whack. Fraser, with plenty of overs left, I actually think would be the option to bowl most from this end now. Big call of no. So 1 off 3 this over. Good start for Scotland. Fraser, yeah, has just been a bit of a metronome. Mid-on's going to go back now to offer a single. Chopped down from about 4th stump from DeLunga. 1 more to the total. Bit of a wild throw comes in, won't give another run. Here we go, Lynch versus Fraser. Mid-on back, mid-wicket back, deep square, deep cover. Where does Lynch go? Tries to just bully it, and you just felt it's high risk, high reward, but probably that time against the off spin isn't the right option. Live and die by the sword though, Naziva Lynch, and Scotland really start to sort of just hammer home that they are only 2 good deliveries away from winning this match. So an aggressive batter goes, and that didn't happen the other day. Lynch got away to a flyer and they never reined her back in. This time they've dismissed her. Which definitely means there's going to have to be some lifting here from the number 10 and number 11, and that's not easy. So the last 2 wickets are going to need to put on about 41, sorry. That's a lot. As Hannah here comes out, a Dutch opening bowler, right arm fast bowler, has a huge responsibility with the bat here to maybe have her best innings for the country in her short career. Not going to be easy. DeLunga is there on 32, but it's really, that was a massive wicket. First ball is just punched into the offside. It's a successful over for Fraser. As another over is complete. 147 for 8 of 43. 41 required of 42. And for the very first time today, it's almost at a runner ball. But the wickets column, only 2 left. So Maksud, the skipper, will bowl out here. Still amazing figures of 2 for 21, 41 of 42 required. Well, goes for that sort of standing sweep again. That'll be a wide ball, bonus run. Takes it down to 40. Need a bit of Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon partnership now for the 9th wicket. It's pretty well hit though. One more run to the total. Yeah, Hannah Lantier, good luck. You're going up against a very good bowler right now. Not expected usually to make runs coming out at 10, but maybe it's her day. Maksud probably thinking 2 good deliveries here. Maybe I can wrap it up. It's a massive appeal. Lantier stuck completely on the crease. That one sliding down the leg side. The field is squeezed extremely tight. 6 fielders in the ring. Scotland knowing they might be able to get a couple of dot balls here. Landier's just got to trust her hand-eye. Oh, trust the hand-eye, all right. That was the last thing I expected. Came down the crease and tried to bomb one. Huge fan. Actually, probably a single there, if anything. Missed out. They're going to drop mid-on back because of that intent, so many victories. And then back to being a bit circumspect. They've got to be careful here, the Dutch. They don't want to make it 20 off the last 2 or anything like that. It's going to be another dot ball. If they do go on to win today, Scotland, for me, this bowling performance from Abtaha Maksud has been exceptional. Really has. Last ball, the over. Well, there's a positive stroke. Nice and straight from the number 10. And it's going to go for 4. Well, Hannah Lantier hasn't given up the ghost. Number 10 comes waltzing down the ground and punches it dead straight. 4 to the total. That is going to bring up the 153. And they take the over for 6 in the end, and that's what you need. Wow. 65 for 5 they were, Netherlands. That takes it down to 35 off 36. Boy, they needed that boundary. So, going to be Fraser to continue. And I think Fraser will actually bowl out from this end. Believe does have 3 overs left. 35 off 36 required. Talunga and Lantier together. Fraser coming in. It's going to be a dot ball to start. Yeah, Fraser does have 3 overs left. So I expect 18 deliveries from Fraser here. From the other end, would be very interesting. Maybe they go back to Darcy Carter. I'm not too sure they'll go back to pace. I don't think they want pace on the ball. The field is spread a bit here. Looks like they're happy to give a 1. Land here goes on the hit. Direct hit gone. This is going to be run out. Well, they don't even need the direct hit. It was hit straight to 45. Land here went, and it was never really on. And now Scotland are 1 wicket away, and it's the last wicket partnership as DeLunga Brave has been run out for 33. I'm not too sure that run was on. It was hit very hard, straight to 45, who gathered, gave it back to Fraser, the bowler. That's the second run out of this innings that is going to hurt them big time. So a warm round of applause for DeLunga for her efforts. But now that was one giant nail in the coffin. Scotland, surely from here, don't lose this. They've been very good in the field today, Scotland. So coming out at number 11 with the world on her shoulders, Silver Seagers hit the winning runs versus PNG the other day. First ball smashed to 3. Going to lead a lot more of that. Here we go. Oh boy, that is an inch away from being game, set, match. You'd imagine now it's just a matter of time unless Seegers produces one of the great number 11 knocks. And she can't. Game, set, match. Scotland are the victors. They were tested in patches, but overall they've been the better side today with the bat and with the ball, especially in the field, I think. A couple of run-outs, steady bowling. The spinners were magnificent. And the Netherlands will be pretty distraught. They've played a very good series. Hadn't lost until today, but it will go down to net run rate, and Scotland will win this ODI series on net run rate 3-1. Netherlands winning 3-1 also, but unfortunately in the worlder and grander scheme of things, it puts Scotland in the driver's seat for the 50 over sort of global qualifier. The cut-off date, I believe, is October 31st, and now they really are in the box seat to get it, unless there is more fixtures organised, which I do highly doubt. So, well done to them. Well done to everyone, really. The scorecard was a lot of what-ifs for the Netherlands, but that disastrous start always felt like they were trying to play catch-up. A lot of big thank you to everyone who's helped contribute to the 50-over leg of this series. We played a couple of games in Kampong and Utrecht, and the other 4 games out here at VRA in Amstelveen. So a massive thank you from me to the 2 grounds, and thanks to all the viewers who have tuned in. We've had a very good series, a lot of close cricket, and today it goes Scotland's way, but on the grander scheme of things it means a lot. And I think Papua New Guinea also can hold their heads up high, had showed some very good cricket throughout this series, as have the Dutch. As you see, the teams showing a lot of respect to each other. And that will do it. I've got a post-match presentation I need to run off to. I want to say a big thank you once again to everyone. And we will be back in 2 days' time for the T20 part of the series. 2 p.m. local time is the first T20 on Wednesday. So tune in, and it's a bye for now.